this fix anything? Oh.
What's the story behind Peaches and you?
My gosh. Thank you, Joshua J. Fox. The 100 Betties. Did you watch yesterday's stream? Shut up. Listen, I can't do anything until I get my sound figured out. I'm literally playing YouTube videos. Nothing shows up in my volume mixer. I'm not really sure why. This is a little bizarre. Chrome just doesn't show up in there. And I really hate volume mixer on Windows because it only shows things that are producing sound. So you can't just have Chrome up there unless it's producing sound, which it's showing me that it's not, which is horseshit because it is. Okay. Go to Windows Sound. Where's that at? Sound mixer options. It's in your bottom left. What do you mean bottom left? That's bottom right is a speaker. That's where I was. I have open volume mixer and sound settings. All right, sound settings. That's where I'm at. What do you mean, which is Chrome one? It doesn't advance. There's no advance. I don't see advance. Let me mute Discord while I'm doing this. Down at the bottom. Okay. All right, advance. I see all sound devices and volume mixer. All sound devices. Chrome's not in there. Oh, that would be imp. That wouldn't be it anyway. My defaults are right, Mr. Codeine. Or sound settings. All me see. I'm in. All right. I see advance, but input devices. What is this? The only two options I have in input devices is all sound devices, and volume mixer, and more sound settings. Which one, Chrome Darks? Well, then that's not an option, Darks. We're not in the same spot. Windows 11. Who the hell uses Windows 10? All right. App volume and device preferences. Maybe I could just find it.
Report for individual apps in Windows 11, no space in between. Then press the launch button and you will get a prompt on icons volume. Click on the ear trumpet.
Oh, Darks, if I do that, it's going to dick up everything. Let me try the easy way first, like Google it.
Sound was working lol.
Wait, you heard? No, it's not. You heard the video? Wait, what? You hear video right now. It's playing right now. What are you talking about? The tutorial. Oh, you heard that? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Because that was on Microsoft Edge. That one would work, but Chrome didn't. Chrome.
Switch with the boys on Edge.
I'm just going to reset it. I'm just going to reset it. It's going to suck, but I'm going to reset it. Reset sound devices and volumes for all apps to recommended defaults. I'm going to do it. Yeah, there's a built-in volume thingy in Windows 11 where you can dictate where everybody's volume goes. That's my Darks. You're not getting what I'm saying here, man. It's not even showing up. I can't even go to Chrome's sound settings because it's not even showing up. Try this. Try this. Go to sound. That do it? This is driving me nuts, man. Losing. It's just, there's no sound coming from Chrome. It's not like it's muted or anything. There's just no output at all. I don't want a voice meter right now. Want to know why Chrome is not having an output. Audio driver? Golly, I mean, it's Chrome here. It's not like it takes much. Yep, I'm all up to date on everything. Let's go shred. 41 months.
Let's ride. All right, I'm gonna try resetting. This is gonna suck. Shit. I clicked reset sound devices and volumes for apps and recommended defaults, and then Chrome showed up. Now, did I just dick up everything? See ya, Tesla. All right. Websites work. Now I gotta shoot it to the right spot. Boom. There it is. It was that easy, Darks. It's that easy. I didn't want to push it, but I pushed it. Now all my sounds are jacked up, no doubt. But at least I can hear. Okay. Let's finish loading everything up. So we can get the trade. What the? Okay. Back.
Give me liquidity. 2 years, bud. 2 years.
4 months is 14 dogs years.
All right. Green trade. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Are we back to green? Ooh, okay. Just a new wave of device explosions in Lebanon. Is that a real headline? Are you just memeing? Today is rating. It's exploded across Lebanon on Wednesday. Our handheld radios. Different painters exploded on Tuesday. What? Handheld radios? Yo. How do you pinpoint that? Groovy. That a 100%. Well, iPhone might be difficult, but there's no doubt a way. And if the good guys can do it, the bad guys can do it, right? I feel like they're opening Pandora's box here. Yeah, I just. And I also have a bit of a. I mean, I understand it's war, but also when you're. Unless they're doing it, I don't know how they're doing it, but I would hope that there would be some sort of. I mean, you're talking about blowing up things when people are in public areas. That's pretty freaking dangerous box to open up, especially when you started a war based off of things done to people in public. And that was your justification for retaliation. If innocent people get hurt in that, that's a tough one. That's a tough pill to swallow. So I don't know how they're doing it. to ensure, or if they're even trying to ensure safety of others. Maybe they're waiting until there's, I don't know. I don't know how they're monitoring it, but you would think that they are. Would you rather have bombs? No, I'm just saying that's a tough one. It's a tough one. Because I mean, imagining, surely someone was driving and gets their pager exploded. I mean, now you're talking a moving car hitting XY people. I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't know if there's a right answer or not. What's the alternative? Send in individuals? I don't know. I hate war. We just need to end that thing. Yeah, it's pretty precise. I'll give you that. So people held it to their ears. Good God. It's a pager. Oh, unless you're talking about the radio. I want to know what kind of radio. Good Lord. And a radio exploding? It must be the same. It must be a certain battery. Is there a certain battery that they share? That these two devices can share? A type or a company? Lithium. Yeah, but like, it had to be more of a. It had to be more than a radio to receive a transmission that would explode a battery. I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Warfare today is so different than just 20 years. I mean, we're talking drone attacks and freaking pagers exploding. When is China going to pop my iPhone? And it is really now kind of, I mean, it's kind of scary, right? We've seen hacks of I mean, what about your computer? They all have gigantic power supplies in them. If that exploded, that would freaking hurt. And we've seen millions of computers get, whatever virus and be a sleeper on the computer until later on. There's people saying that Assad intercepted the device. Are you serious? Beta saying that rumors that there is explosive devices found in a vehicle near the Trump rally in Long Island. Yep, cop find the explosives in car near Trump rally on Long Island after second assassination attempt. What is going on? All staged. Oh, okay. Yeah. Just imagine this like that with an electric car. Oh my gosh, Johnny. I didn't even think of that. This is the most wild election cycle, man. Oh. That's what I'm saying, Nat. Oh, the hacking bit applies to all modern cars. Yeah, but not all, not all cars have a gigantic battery in them like lithium. Imagine a Cybertruck exploding. What are those like 3 freaking, or how about the electric semi trucks? Those are slightly larger batteries in those. Can you imagine? What's up, lore master Boofus? Watching this LUNR here, I think it might be setting up for something. I don't like the crossover we're getting here. Try it. Shout out to Salty. Yeah, I'll put a little Benzinga on here a little bit. It seems like a lot of news is rolling through. Get a little taste of PRTG juicing a little bit here.
Nice job, Drew. Yeah, so I would say we had some nice support there around 14. Current high about 16.12, 16.58 halt level. So it's sort of chasing those halt levels here.
PRTG.
My general feeling on this is it's too close to the halt level going up to trade it here. And we know that it has jackknife risk because it's already done a couple. So your safest entries will be, if we catch a real flush. But up here, small breakouts. Unfortunately, it's just not the risk reward's not really super great because you could catch one of those nasty flushes. Halt level 1682. So we'll just sort of watch this area. So a little scalp there for me for a quick long, looking for the squeeze up to 17. So there's 1664.
Oh, BB up.
Watching over 65 and 70 to add. There you go, added. Now looking for 80. So just scalping this as it goes a little higher.
Oh yeah,
Small
sorry,
size.
Ross is on. He just logged in after this PRTG move. Breaking 6 minutes. Lebanon. Israel just blew up thousands of two-way radios, which were used by Hezbollah terrorists in a second wave. Jeez. TRMA. On Rivian, the daily chart looks like
PYPL PayPal shares spiking here at Papa
you're gonna
Yankee,
get a
Papa Lima.
pretty nice move one way or the other soon. We're either going to fill this gap or this descending resistance line is going to get broken and you're going to pop. So moves coming. No problem, Dre. Are there videos yet of the explosions from the radios? Good God, those hospitals have got to be overwhelmed. PRTG, zero chill right now. Went from $14 to $17.50 in like 7 minutes.
Ticker Shopify, SHOP, and ticker Amazon. Amazon and Shopify are expanding partnership. Purchase one item with Prime checkout at via Shopify stores. Watch the shares of Shopify. No ticker PayPal, PYPL, also expanding partnership with Amazon. Shares spiking with activity.
Trader circulating report that that PayPal was added to Amazon Prime.
That's big for PayPal.
PYPL.
Is that why PayPal was popping up? Yeah. That's big for PayPal. Thanks, Chicken Bow Wow. You want to see my orders when I bought PT engine between 3 and 5 million? Do you have them still? What kind of radio is that? Jeez. Via going again. Here's the radio. Damn. $19. What on earth? One minute there on PayPal. Nick was mentioning via Mr. Higgles. I don't know if he took the trade or not, but he was mentioning a little bit ago. You are in that. Nice call out. Hot damn. My man. Yes, yes. Nothing like a little confidence booster, a big win or two. PayPal cuck and go here for 87.
No ticker PGHL, Papa Golf, Hotel Lima. No, J Capital out with a short report on PGHL.
PGHL with a short report. Oh, that's not PRTG. So two.
PRTG, nice 1 minute. Jeez.
Ticker PGHL shares continue to see heavier activity on short report from JCap Research.
Shares of PayPal now off the high 72.67, up about
No commentary from JCap
1.25%.
Research.
Amazon saying
PGHL says we
says
think
buy
this
with
company
Prime
is
and
well
Amazon
transferred
multi-channel
vehicles, could be
fulfillment
money out of the
expanded
pockets
with
of
new
U.S.
capabilities and
investors,
more brands.
and funneling into a likely distressed Hong Kong construction company owned by the founder's parents.
That was announced at Amazon's Accelerate Seller Conference. That's AMZN and PYPL.
$20K worth. Restoration hardware. Damn. I mean, maybe it's just a big flex, right? My patio furniture is worth more than your car. I can understand that. $10 million home. PRTG still hanging out. Trailer time. Okay. So, jeez. I'm gonna get freaking DMCA'd on YouTube because of this, but you know what? It's worth it, right? $11 on Via. $11.20. Woo! Make that yam. I'm muting Discord. Whoa. Calm down. Soil's making me watch this.
Hi, Mickey. Are you experiencing any vertigo?
I guess I am feeling a little dizzy.
Oh, wow! Did you see that?
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if you're thinking at this point, what have I done?
How lucky can one guy be?
Nothing was working out, and I wanted to get off of Earth.
You're applying to be an expendable?
Yeah.
You read through the whole application.
Ain't that a kick in the head?
I should have read through it.
Once you die, we'll print a new version of your body.
My head keeps
They made me work my ass off on one mission after another.
Every time you die, we learn something new, and humanity moves forward.
Oh, wait! He's alive! It's fine.
my life is gonna be beautiful.
Vicky! It's not looking very good for you. Yeah, no. I'm sure you're used to it by now, but what's it feel like to die? Even on my 17th go-around, I hate dying.
You said this looks awesome. I would not use the word awesome on this. I'm stopping it, Soils. I mean, it looks interesting, but not awesome. You hyped it too much. It doesn't look awesome. Just a dude dying and gets to reboot himself. What's so awesome about this? At least it's a new idea. You mean like Groundhog Day?
B. Riley shares spiking to the highs now. Romeo India Lima Yankee. $6.10.
AFRM. TIL coming up. Hello. Great fill, you turd. Sorry, I just made it. Yeah, long on that TIL daily cock potential. You get over 6640. Could be fun. Holy PRTG. That's it. I'm retiring. No, Soils. Just because I don't like your movie, you can't rage quit. You're not allowed. You hyped it up too much, though. It's not Marvel for your brain. I hate Marvel movies. I don't hate them, but they've just kind of gotten. I haven't probably watched the last 3 or 4 or whatever. $66.42. Give it to Daddy. Come on.
PRTG, Portage Biotech getting another pop here to the highs. 21.93. Papa Romeo Tango Golf up 380%.
Watch SoFi. You're the SoFi manimal, my man. PRTG, $22 and halting. Good Lord. To cool off. What are you shopping for today? Your Goodwills are way better than my Goodwills. That's for freaking sure. CDs at $2.99. Are they freaking? Goodwill is starting to lose its mind a little bit. The prices that they're putting on some of the used goods that they got for free is remarkable. PRTG, $23. I'm waiting for a pullback. I've got it on the charts here. I'm just waiting for it to pull back. Goodwill inflation. Yo, this might go nuclear. 66.42. We're almost there. Here's 65. Put an alert on that level so I don't miss it. Carvana? Where's it at? Jeez. This 4,000 share buyer, 40-cent spread. Come on. Come on, TIL. Come on, TIL. Do it for me. This 4K is not even getting touched and you're 20 cents away. Like, we're going through 66. And daily candle of a candle. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right, we did it. We're over the level.
The ticker Beyond Meat, BYND, share seeing a spike in activity, new highs. Bravo Yankee, November Delta.
All right, selling half. Lots of mama tickers on the high. No Americans only be able. I don't even know what mama tickers means. Oh, Mama Woods. I got it, jeez, I got it.
LMT, Lockheed Martin awarded GeoXO Lightning Mapper contract to support forecasters with severe weather monitoring. That's Lima Michael Tango.
FRM, nice. Via halted at 11:59. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Thing's crazy.
BYND, Beyond Meat, popping here
is
on
this
volume.
going so
Bravo
hard?
Yankee, November Delta, BYND. Yeah. Let's see. Just don't have to babysit it. LUNR.
with you. Amex. AFRM at high day. BYD. TIL has a W now.
Ticker GM Golf Michael. Sure seeing increases of activity. No, Tesla is tweeting now. Superchargers are now available for GM owners.
I don't think this is going to move it much, but just in case. But down to. Yeah. PRTG open. BYND just dumped. What was that? Vivos.
Continued activity for GM, new highs on that news.
Are you shitting me? PayPal coming right back up. VEA opened up. Can I even trade
Former
this?
Fed member Mester said on CNBC there's a good case for doing a series of 25 basis point Fed rate cuts.
TIL juice. There's that W played.
That's ticker Take Two TTWO. That's on earlier speculation. Take Two is confirming autumn 2025 release is still on track.
Is that for Grand Theft Auto 6? Oh, Billy. Wow, look at that. Dip and rip faces off. Is there actual news on this thing, or is it just SPAC running? Oh, no. AI-enabled hybrid edge cloud managed solution. Okay. So there is news.
Shares of PayPal popped again. PayPal now announcing that partnership with Amazon. Earlier, Amazon announced the partnership with Amazon Buy with Prime. That's PYPL.
Lunar creeping to high day. Oil, what are you doing here? The DRMA worked out well. It's kind of a grinder. We'll do a prediction on the Fed cut probably an hour beforehand. We got to get our bingo cards ready for this one. Whew. Another call. So that's the. Oh my gosh. There we go. 5-minute cuck is my profit stop on this, so we'll wait for another setup. Got a little bit of a base hit day right now. Couple sauce packets.
Via going again. Damn, dude. 1450? Is this live yet? Oh, it is. Okay, we want to watch this.
Well, let me step back. I think there's a question here about you're asking what do we know here, and I wouldn't necessarily characterize these things as projections.
Damn it!
But I think what we know and what is borne out not just by what I'm saying, but you can see it in the comment file, and certainly it's in the analysis in the release, is that you want the access fee cap to be low. It's not going to, access fees are not going to get lower on their own. We need to have a lower access fee cap. When I say low, what does low mean?
Look at that
it
bookshelf.
means less than half of the
Damn.
size. You don't want it to be too low because you don't want to adversely affect. I mean, if you can help it, because you don't want to adversely affect existing models.
I'm talking about this one.
Those things are known. And then
This is on the SEC
we've got to
website.
just do the best job we can here, given that we're lowering the tick size.
Well, let me ask this in a different way. Is what we've said in the economic analysis of what we expect to be the consequence of this, is that a statement of fact or a statement of opinion?
I think it depends on what part of the economic analysis that you're talking about. I'm not sure I would use the word opinion, but we are.
I mean, I'm just trying to, you made a number of assertions, especially in response to Commissioner Peirce, about how the staff has worked very hard on trying to analyze what the possible effects would be. As Commissioner Peirce said, and I'm in the same boat, whether the right number for the access fee is 10 mils or 5 mils or 7.5 or 15 or 12.5. I'm relying on your work, and as I understand it, you have, and the staff has worked very hard to try to think about what is likely to be the best number. But you can't. But are you telling me that is the best number? I have no doubt that is the conclusion you reached, but you seem to be trying to base that on what you think the future effects of this change is going to be, which strikes me as a projection.
Commissioner, you can have complete confidence in our analysis. I have complete confidence in it, and I'm very proud of the work of the staff. I really do stand by the analysis. And yes, it's a statement about the future, but that's what we got to do here.
All right, and these are things, and I would say we have to make these decisions all the time ex ante, and I don't expect our economists and the staff to be 100% accurate forecasters on what we should or shouldn't do, which is why it's so important to go back and take a look at what we did and did it result in the intended effects, and more importantly, determine whether or not there were any unintended effects of that. And so I appreciate that we're going to have this look back, which I think is important. And I think, as you described, it will examine, in order to determine what the effects are. We'll need to look at activity before and after implementation of the rule. Is that correct?
What? No.
We look forward to doing so. We in DERA, and I'm sure in Trading and Markets, are going to be following this with great interest.
And then when this study is completed, from my perspective, we've talked a lot about transparency. I think we ought to be transparent in our observations, and I realize others may have differing views, but I think that's important as a regulator, that we are open and transparent. I would hope that we don't put out a public report only if we deem it a success, but if we find there are problems, that we bury it and don't let it see the
5 minute on
unless someone
TIL.
tries to do a FOIA request on it. With respect to, I want to go back. I think this is something that TM answered for Commissioner Peirce about the timing of this and 605 data, and that we didn't need 605 data for this particular rulemaking. But we have done a number of rules in all aspects saying we need more data to understand the scope of things. Yet we don't seem to be waiting for any of that data to come in before making some conclusions. What's the use, Ashang, of collecting and requiring all this data if we're not going to think about it before sort of taking the next step forward? It kind of reminds me, as I mentioned, market structure issues are fraught with uncertainties. It kind of reminds me of a rickety old bridge. You're always trying to figure out where to make the next step. Why not think about this as an ongoing iterative process, get the data, look at it, inform what we do, and then move forward?
Commissioner Ueda, thank you for that question. Happy to chime in here. As Kelly discussed before, we do believe that 605 as a transparency and its disclosure rule is distinct from the recommendations we're making today. So transparency and the disclosure is about execution quality of
PRTG,
various
5
market
minutes setting
centers
up.
and broker dealers. And even if we have the best disclosure, it's not going to fix the constraints on, say, tick size, all out and round lot. So these are distinct questions. You mentioned the word bridge. Maybe if I could use a metaphor, metaphors are not always precise, but you got the idea. We can think about the transparency of 605. That's about adding different gadgets in the cars. You measure the speed, fuel economy, the temperature, elevation, all of that. And if you do all of that,
The ticker SYY shares selling off to the downside. Sandy Yankee.
Solve any problem of a traffic jam, right? If there's a constraint in the traffic, it is still jammed, no matter how good the measurement is. So that is why in this recommendation we're recommending today, we're recommending the Commission to make certain changes in the broad market parameters.
No, the USFD Uniform Sandy Foxtrot Delta also see an increase of activity, new lows.
At the market-wide level rather than individual broker-dealer market center level. So in this sense, they are distinct. That is why we have a great deal of confidence that even without having the new 605 data, we are able to relax these constraints and achieve a better efficient market and more transparent market, independent from 605.
Right. Well, in this one, we are asking for a lot more.
PRTG 5 minute going now.
Transparency, and it strikes me that some of these would go
What's up with these tickers that are dumping?
Or in evaluating market quality.
Speaking at Wells Fargo conference. Okay.
Judgments.
Chillin'. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I forgot to call you out.
At least we've got some other things out there. I think we talked a lot about competition, which I think is an important part of driving market behavior.
The ticker SYY Sandy Yankee. No company is currently at Wells Fargo conference.
On transaction costs and fees, the market will respond. And I just want to echo what Commissioner Peirce said, is that our role as a price setting agency, I don't think has been historically great. We're looking at this for the first time in 20 years. In other areas, whether it's our oversight of, for instance, some of the proxy solicitation fees that is being charged to public companies and it gets footed by investors, has also been not good. That's why trying to figure out ways competition. And while I appreciate your legal analysis of the 75 Act amendments, I do view that is Congress did want to have competition in all forms, both including
GRAB, Grab Holdings, getting a pop to the high on volume.
I think
Golf
Chair
Romeo
Gensler
Alpha
mentioned,
Bravo up
fixed
about
commissions. At one point, there were
2.5% GRAB.
commissions you couldn't charge less by law, and once that was done away, look where we are today. Execution costs, particularly for retail investors, is so much less than what it was in 1975, and
Amen to
that
that.
was done through competitive market forces, not through government regulation. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ueda. Commissioner Lizarga.
Thank you, Chair Gensler, and thanks to the staff. The Commission is reforming how exchanges quote individual stock prices, the fees investors pay to access orders on exchanges, and the price transparency of smaller orders. In a change from the status quo, the amendments will also provide real-time disclosure of exchanges, access fees, and rebates. The rules governing current market practices have not been updated in almost 2 decades, but the Commission's reforms will result in lower transaction costs that benefit all investors. Reducing the minimum increment for stock.
Damn, that's those spreads.
At or near 1 cent for the highest purchase price and lowest selling price for the spread will improve market.
Yeah, I read that one. Jeez, thank you.
Will address pricing inefficiencies caused by artificial.
Wonder what they said. Jeez.
That could be lower if they were set by market forces. Reducing access fee caps will increase the transparency of stock prices.
5-minute cock and drop there on PRTG. I wish I could short that.
Fees are not currently transparent.
Probably can't.
Access fees also create potential conflicts of interest between firms and their customers.
963% hard to borrow rate.
Either to take advantage
Not a chance that they have shares available. Not a freaking chance.
Today's reforms will diminish this incentive.
Rejected.
Greater
yeah.
About costs at the time of trade. Lastly, the reforms will increase transparency and availability of information regarding better priced small orders in the market. I am pleased to support today's reforms, which are designed to strengthen market quality, increase price transparency, and foster competition that will benefit retail investors and all market participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lizarga. Thank you to all my fellow commissioners. There's a lot of work that's going on here, but now I will call the question on how commissioners vote to approve the staff recommendations.
Before, I just want to jump in and say I really want to express my deep appreciation for the staff's deep work and analysis in all of the rules that we do, and including this one, and any suggestions.
Yeah, I've got it on my list. Amex. I haven't looked at it in a little bit.
Is concerning and not inaccurate. I think it's
the thing about it though is, you know, it's one of these low floaters that have a penny spread and they're getting 2 million shares a minute, upwards of 4 million shares a minute at some point.
So I just
like,
want to sort of clarify that.
I kind of hate these, so I'm paying attention to it, but I'm not probably going to trade it. I tend to get chopped out of these pretty good.
What we have done prior to make sure that what we have
VTRS, Viatris announcing pricing terms of maximum tender offer. That's Victor Tango Romeo Sandy, VTRS.
I'll say that I think that the work, there's been a lot of work that has gone into this rulemaking project, and I very much appreciate that. I've
missed the 5-minute cut.
Appreciated my conversations with people in TM and DERA as well. I think there's nothing wrong with acknowledging in an economic analysis where you're making assumptions, what those assumptions are. That's part of an economic analysis, and I think that is
skunked at Goodwill. You're already done.
We don't have perfect certainty on things, and that
you
is
got
why
shares?
we
I'm sure you do. You got a good broker.
Whether we got it right or not, and that's what I'm looking forward to. But I do support today's recommendation, so my vote is yes.
curious, Cheese, how many shares are
Yes.
available to short at your broker? I mean, the float of the
Yes.
thing is only
Yankee,
660,000.
I do support this.
In and
I'm
out,
about
baby.
to vote, but I
Isn't
would
that how it
say,
works? In
just
and out, and then
tremendous
baby?
work by the team over many years. I mean,
To the fact.
when I got to the commission 3.5 years ago, Dan Gray in the Division of Trading and Markets, who's still very much contributing, had worked on the 2005 releases. And remember the first meetings with Dan, with Andrea.
United Ticker, GameStop, GME, FTC says GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen to pay nearly $1 million penalty to settle antitrust law violation.
But I share all of the commissioner's view. I think it's good to take a look. This is 19 years, but as I said in my statement of support,
Shut up, Guac.
over and over again, folks have been coming in saying, and Dan Gray could tell us too, it probably happened just a year
FTC
after that
says GameStop
2005
CEO
rule
Ryan
happened.
Cohen to pay nearly $1 million
Can you change this? Can
to
you
settle
change that?
antitrust law
and so forth.
violation.
So, it's no doubt
That's Golf
somebody in the
Michael Echo.
future, whether it's 19 years from now or some
Now,
other
letter X,
time,
US Steel, sure seeing an increase of activity, new highs.
markets have
Letter X.
changed. What do we do? What do we shift? Because technologies are constantly changing.
Straight
but I'm
up
really
here.
proud of the work of the economist here and what they've put forward for us to consider. And I think this is pro-investor and pro-capital formation to lower the cost in the system. But there's some assumptions in there for sure, Commissioner Peirce. But my vote is yes. And with that, I want to thank my fellow commissioners, thank everybody for working on this. A unanimous vote on a very important set of rules here. We'll send to the Federal Register. With that, I'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, so what does that mean for our fees? I think Martini had some on this. Let me look.
TMUS, T-Mobile announced technology partnership with NVIDIA, Ericsson, and Nokia.
I can't find it.
That's Tango Michael Uniform Sandy.
Oh, TIL. And I missed it again.
LODE. Shares resuming and popping here. Lima Oscar Delta Echo.
What's up with this? International license agreement.
TMUS, T-Mobile, and OpenAI join forces to revolutionize the customer experience.
Let's try it. It's a big float. So I don't know.
With first ever intent-driven AI decisioning platform. That's Tango Michael Uniform Sandy. LODE, Comstock shares hitting 33 cents at the high. Up about 10%. LODE.
Over 34 could get spicy.
Let's take LODE, Lima Oscar Delta Echo, shares resume trading, seeing heavy activity, new highs, LODE.
Okay.
LODE, Comstock shares making new highs now, 35 cents, up 16%. Lima Oscar Delta
Conference is
Echo.
over. Roger that. Shares outstanding 160. Float is 163. TIL going towards high day. I'm gonna miss it. Because I'm in a penny stock. Here it is, high day, TIL. Where are we at? 360. GLMD. Hold it down. Neon. What's it doing? Down. BYND setting up a 5-minute. This is like an ascending triangle look to it. Really light volume now. So for what it's worth. PRTG, you've got this descending volume structure here. I wonder if you'll get a spike off of VWAP. We got tips for getting more money from company. I've been doing 2 people's job for almost 2 years. But I want more. Yeah. Say go get just go. What you do, Soils, is this is what you do. All right. You go in there with a book. I don't care what it is, right? You walk in your boss office. Boom! Throw that shit against the wall. And I can't slam my desk otherwise.
OMEX Odyssey
I
Marine
dick up my
getting
sound.
a,
But imagine
making a
me
new high
smacking
now.
my desk.
Shares up 250.
I'm worth more than 2.5%.
X-ray.
You son of a bitch.
$1.78 now.
You give me a freaking raise that I'm worth, or I'm out of here. Now, Soils. It's a 50-50. It goes one of two ways. They fire your ass on the spot. Potential. And you're out of a job for the next 5 years as we go into a deep recession and rate cuts are happening today and we don't know what that's going to do to the market. Bear stock probably tanks, because everything else is going to tank because the stock market is going to crash because we're going into recession. And everybody thought soft landing was going to happen. And you might be homeless because now you don't have a job for the next 5 years, that you had a nice cush job with a nice cush truck that you didn't pay for, no fuel that you didn't pay for, and you were pissed about a 2.5% raise that you got. Or it'd be like, yes, Soils, you're right. Here's 3.5%. No, this is good, Soils, that you're doing 2 people's jobs. That means you're not going to get fired when the layoffs start rolling in. You were on an interview with a higher pay grade. Should apply for it. Can you go in your office, in your boss office says, I need to make more money for my family. What do I need to do to get more? Is that something? I don't even know. I haven't asked for a raise ever in my career. So I wouldn't know how to do it. Why is this 5-minute not show? 17:10. It's that level. Okay. I don't know why I was blocked. Freaking Automod did it, not me. The 2 times I asked for a raise indirectly led to my dismissal. Well, no, you'll get to find out what they expect out of you to get a bigger pay grade. You got to make it sound like that you're aspiring to do what it takes to get more, not that you deserve more, because no one wants that. No boss wants to hear, I deserve this, because the boss would be like, well, if I thought you deserved it, I would have given it to you, because I'm a good boss. So you can't be like, boss, you're an asshole for not giving me what I deserve. You have to be like, you have to suck them dry, right? You got to go in there with that. My work literally led to a 9 pepper deal last week. Odds just dropped below 60% for 50 at 55. I mean, you can always apply somewhere else. Maybe. I don't I don't know. Think how much more you can do not being on Twitch all day. Soil's a freaking animal, man. His Twitch, he needs Twitch in his life, otherwise he'd do too much. First off, if you're not wearing a tuxedo and sunglasses, then when you ask, you've already lost confidence, my friend. You do not have to do anything different at your current job. Find another job, probably will pay more. Wife just applied for exact same position job she does now, 35% paid increase. Literally work till 11 p.m. every night. You're like me. Even when I'm off of the computer, I'm doing something. I respect the hard work. I respect it. That's why you're going to vote for Trump, Soils. You mentioned that because you wanted overtime. Free overtime, right? No tax on overtime. That's why you're a big Trump supporter. Do you get overtime, or is it just pure salary? Via, what'd she say? I missed it. PRTG. Yeah, you're killing that one. Here's your VWAP, though. I might take a shot at this here. And stopped out. Holy dung. Well, there's the... Why can't I see the candlestick? It's behind it. Okay. Just wanted a little bounce off the VWAP. That's all I wanted. They trying to break this thing's back. Oh, jeez. Just wanted a little bouncy. Dude, they're trying to murder this thing. Oh my gosh. Well, okay. That's why I went small on that one. Did they want the 15 flush and then bounce it? Was I literally a minute early? Oh, damn.
RALYB Riley spiking again here, $6.20. Romeo India Lima Yankee, RILY.
BA furloughs, huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Has VEA, has it gapped up on any of these halts? No, this one did. No. This one, barely, but you probably didn't even have... Furlough BA. Furloughs to impact large number of U.S.-based employees. Yikes. PayPal, interesting. Big capital raise coming. Yeah. BA with, or PayPal with a 5-minute cuck really didn't do anything. I'm going to go with I need more money. I have a growing family. We'll have to start looking for more. They cannot afford to lose me, I think. That's a tough one, man. You're putting your ball, you're slapping your big nuts on the table, right? Like you do that. Soils. Okay, let me ask you this, Soils. Worst case scenario, they let you go. Can you find another job quickly with your title and everything? Experience. I mean, would you have to move? And would your family be willing to do that? Yes, I hope. And you really want to be doing that with the potential. I mean, this isn't like a booming economy right now. And you got a sweet truck, Soils. Load. I only missed 2 pennies. Oh shit, it went up to 30. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's a big float, so it's hard. It's hard. It's hard on that one. So companies. PYPL. Find a better paying job. That's what you want. Yeah, I mean, is there anything in your contract saying that you're not allowed to interview without telling them elsewhere? Shout out to Algo, bro, by the way. Where is he at? There he is. Shield. Pretty sure that's illegal. Is it really? Illegal? My first year. I'm good. Gotcha. Why would it be illegal to apply? This isn't like Europe or something. Stupid rules. If they fire you because you asked for a raise, then they're doing you a favor. Maybe. Depends how quickly you get another job. I'm writing a blog on the misuse of Merrily. You merely need to go out and find a better order. Come on. Okay. This is really tight. Is this squeeze by chance? Yeah, there is a 1 minute squeeze forming here. There's a 48 and 50. Hmm. $55. All right. It might go more. There's this 55 level here. It's illegal for them to put in a contract that you can't interview elsewhere. Really? Well, I didn't. Can they say you have to let us know, though? Or no? FTC banned non-competes. Oh, I knew that. I knew that. But that doesn't fall into the same realm, does it? Follow us. Political Debate Show debuts tomorrow night at 8 p.m. and banned. Page.
BA Boeing says
Thanks,
a
Soil.
furlough
I
will
learned from the
affect tens
best.
of thousands of Boeing employees. That's BA Boeing.
Sheesh.
Should we run a prediction poll? Zach, we're gonna do a prediction probably in an hour. Maybe 40 minutes or whatever. Yeah. Maybe an hour. We'll get a prediction. 0, 25, 50, or 75. Yeah, I'll do that. If we do 75, I think the market would freak out. I'd bet my house that we don't do a 75. Week 1, you face Googly.
Week 1 and I face Googly? I'm coming for you, Zingleberries.
Is the freaking schedule already set? Yeah, I like Lunar. I'm looking for an entry on it.
Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 17.25. The Dow futures down 118. Nasdaq down 84.50. Crude is down 51 cents at $69.45.
I play Zach first week. No, this has got to be
4 cents at $2.28.
I play Zach first week.
Gold is up $4 now.
For crying out loud.
40. Bitcoin futures down 655 at 59,450. Coming up at 2 p.m., the Fed rate decision, and at 2:30, the FOMC press conference.
Do you listen to Joe? And if not, why do you hate dogs? No idea who that is. I hope he kicks your ass. I hope you're. I hope you sit on something very sharp, Chicka Bow Wow. You'd freaking like that, wouldn't you? AFRM, Dumpy, Load, still hanging out. BYND, OMX, 5. PRTG, still at VWAP. PayPal, Lunar. Nothing looking good right now, boys. Nothing looking good. Omex, yeah. VVOS. Might get a pop. This is kind of how I thought today would go. Maybe a flurry of activity early and then just dead until Fed rate decision. Freaking A, Jaked. The draft. She is mine. Make my YouTube stream get demonetized. Just using one of them, whole thing's demonetized. It's like, good. Oh, jeez.
CART, Instacart, or Maple
No
Bear.
sticker Instacart sure seen a spike in activity, new
39.72,
highs. Charlie Alpha Romeo
up
Tango.
about 5%. That's Charlie Alpha Romeo Tango.
All right, I posted in Fantasy Hockey. Those that are in it for this season, come check this out. I need your response pretty ASAP. Which day of the week works best? Damn it, Jake. I'm looking at potentially doing the draft September 28th to 29th.
74 cents.
Maybe
Victor,
October
Oscar,
5th,
Sandy, Vivos.
which is a Saturday. I kind of want to do it closest to
Announced earlier FDA 510K clearance to treat
season opener as possible.
Pediatric
just
sleep
in case someone
apnea.
gets injured
That's
or something like that.
Victor, Oscar, Sandy.
So post in the Fantasy Hockey Discord for those that are participating. Thank you. Girl sport. Jeez. Jeez. Oh my gosh.
I can't wait for SJ to lose in fantasy like
한두 달 정도가 상승하고 나서
like the degenerate 80-year-old Asian grandma you see at the casino.
Why's it gotta be Asian? Oh, jeez. Let's check in on the Korean Wonder. It's been a hot minute.
시즌 종료라고? 빠지고 있네. 야, 이 새끼 진짜 장난질이 좀 심하다. 야, 비트야 너 좀 싸가지가 이 새끼 좀 오늘 좀 움직임이 이거 싸가지 많이 없네요. 이 진짜로. 양전된 지 씨부랄년이 얼마나 됐다고 3분 만에 바로 빼 양전한 지 1분 만에 씨부랄년이 바로 빼버린다고요.
Is that 25 Bitcoin? No.
야, 이게 성질이 많이 고약하네 이거.
Oh no, he doesn't have it. Wait. He does have one. Isolated
야, 근데 이거 오늘
30x
변동폭이 근데 진짜 내가 봐도
25.467
존나 셀 것 같은 그런 좀
value of
느낌적인
1.5 million. Entry
야,
price
이거
is
뭔가 여러분들 오늘 존나 뭔가 무서울 것 같은데
59,523.
이거. 오늘 무빙이 뭔가 존나
Well,
무서울
he's
것
right
같아.
on it. So there's that.
뭔가 쉽게 생각하면 안 돼 이거.
Liquidity price. Is he short? No. Oh, he's up. No, he's down $100. When did he start going balls deep again? He must be paper, you think?
롱충이들 오늘 3시에 다
He's
죽어.
certainly
야, 도리야, 너
downgraded
쇼시네?
his room setup.
도리야 너 쇼시네? 5배 쇼?
You're translating what he's saying. Oh, are you're translating what he was saying? Yeah, you can use TradingView to trade. I don't know if that's TradingView, but certain brokers connect to TradingView and you can use it. I don't think, or certain brokers have TradingView as their charts. I don't know which is which here.
GOOG, GOOGL, Alphabet, Google offered to sell advertising marketplace ADX to address
Not a chance I
competition
would
concerns
blow my shit up.
about its ad
I
tech
don't know how to
practices
trade it
that,
yet.
according to sources,
I'm not good at it yet.
That's GOOGL.
Yet. I aspire to be where you big boys are as far as your trading goes. I do aspire that.
shares of Google right
One
now.
day,
off
I will
the
be there.
Highs 159.25, down 6 cents.
Well, I'd have to do it on paper first, Joe, and I haven't even taken that step yet.
걸렸죠? 걸렸죠, 슈레발! 슈레발 제대로 걸렸죠? 자, 여기서 일단 씨발 50% 후퇴! 야,
Sold
씨발!
some. Okay, he made some money.
일단 후퇴, 씨발! 걸렸어, 아!
Oh, jeez.
야, 일단 뺄게.
Wait, he doesn't look happy. Is he?
야, 일단
was he
여러분들 지금
short?
포지션 잡는 게 굉장히 위험한 것 같아, 지금.
Oh, he's saying let's.
이거 잠깐 걸렸어, 잠깐만. 와,
Are you
이거
just saying
진짜
he's
잠깐만,
saying that?
휴지지.
I need people that understand what he's saying to
여러분들 이거
translate.
좀 신중하게 생각을 해야 될 것 같습니다. 이거 지금 여러분들 섣불리 포지션을 잡았다가는 대맹이가 깨질 확률이 높아 보이기 때문에 여러분들 지금은 일단 일보 후퇴가 맞지 않나. 이거 여러분들 시드 소중하게 생각해야 되거든요. 이거 지금
Let's take a
장난할
half
때
smile.
아닙니다, 여러분들.
I think he's happy.
지금 진 빠졌어.
My bud 3 Pro translate real time pre. Are you
야,
serious?
형들
Jeez.
그러면은 차라리 지금 무포로 있다가 2시 50분까지 쉬다 2시 50분에 올게. 나 왜냐면 지금 방송하면 포지션 계속 잡을 것 같아. 나 무포지션으로 2시 50분까지만 무포로 있다 2시 50분에
Is this
방송
the
켜도 되나?
Korean? Oh yeah, this is the Korean
그거
one.
인정해주라 형들. 아, 나 한 번만 봐줘. 시드가 너무 커서 그래. 7천만 원이라 나 지금 계속 포지션 잡고 좆될 것 같아서 2시 50분에 다시 킬게. 1시간 반만 쉬자, 형들.
He's probably saying, son of a bitch, why did I
1시간 반 쉬고 2시 50분에 다시 방송 킬게요. 그게 맞는 것 같아, 진짜로. 그게 맞잖아, 진짜. 아, 씨발, 괜히 지금 하다 뒤진다니까. 1시간 반만 쉬자, 형들, 우리. 괜히 지금 하면 안 돼, 진짜로. 지금 괜히 롱이고 슛이고 포지션 잡고 있으면 안 된다니까. 2시 50분에 잡는 게 맞아. 지금은 무포가 맞아. 2시 50분에 방송 킬게요. 인정? 2시 50분에 다시 킬게요. 형들 자지 말고 있어. 2시 50분에 속도 보겠습니다. 네, 지금 좀 자고, 지금 자는 건 좀 오바고, 지금 1시간만 쉬고, 지금 배고프니까 밥 좀 먹고, 지금 뭐 좀 먹은 다음에 2시 50분에 다시 키겠습니다. 1시간 반 뒤에 뵐게요.
Korean Wonder, everybody. Step back for a while, wants to take a break, don't want to ask him. We got some Korean speakers up in Hizzle. All right, let's go. Same dip, like, what does that mean, Soils? Huh? You stereotyping Soils? Oh, gosh.
HUBS, HubSpot.
Thank you, S-Kim.
Hotel Uniform Bravo Sandy. $505.
They have a translator on? There's shit that does that in real time? This guy does not deserve a raise.
$511 now on HubSpot.
Damn. Alphabet's Google offered to sell advertising markets to address competition concerns about its ad tech prices, sources say. Oh, so that would be beneficial to HubSpot?
Bingo time?
Not yet. Not yet. We got a little bit. Time taker, what are you talking about? I'm literally sitting in front of you.
Today is HubSpot Analyst Day. HUBS, HubSpot off the highs now, $508. Company announced that their investor day that they're raising their long-term margin target from 17 to 25%. That's HUBS.
Ticker T-Mobile shares spiking with activity to the highs.
TMUS, T-Mobile getting a pop here. Tango Mako Uniform Sandy, TMUS.
Ticker Comcast shares selling off. CMCSA.
Do you want to guess? Well, guess. What am I guessing?
TMUS, T-Mobile continuing to pop here. Tango Michael Uniform Sandy. T-Mobile announcing earlier partnerships with NVIDIA, Ericsson, Nokia. T-Mobile also has...
Ticker T-Mobile out with guidance. Sees 12 million mobile broadband customers by 2028.
2024.
Yeah, Pooskies. We're going to do a prediction. We'll do it a little bit later. I can only keep a prediction open for entries for 30 minutes.
Capital Markets Day.
Most people start filing in here
expecting to add 12
past 1
million
o'clock. We'll get a
5G
prediction going
broadband
then.
customers by 2028.
Holy dump. CHTR. So point change, real quick. Point change. That's not the button I pushed. A little mute of Discord for a second. Little point change update this year. Okay. Little point change update. Assists are now, they were 2. They are now going to be 2.5. All right. 2.5. I felt like those with assists last season just didn't get the love it deserves. So now 2 assists is basically 1 goal in points. I felt like that's fair. It's a small bump, but not, not going to crazy change anything. Wins for goalies was 5. Now it's 7. I felt like goalies still underperforming. We're bumping it up to 7. Overtime losses was 2 points. Now it's 3. So small bump there. No, I didn't get a bunch of assists. I just felt like there's a lot of different ways to get points. Like a face-off. You do 10 face-offs, that's a point. Well, 10 face-offs should not equal half of an assist. Right? So I have to like balance it against the other things we do points for. Like a hit is 0.25. You do 4 hits, 8 hits in a game. That's a lot, actually. So maybe it should be worth an assist. Block shots, half a point. So there's a lot of, I just have to balance it against the other points that we do. How many wins did the best goalie get last year? 50? No way. No one had 50 wins. Goalies are underperforming quite a bit, though. I could bump up the points per save. I got to look at it. Projections. Let me save these changes first. How do I look at this? I always do this weird. Well, yeah, that's 750 off of. So let's do all skater. So the most points a goalie got last year was 550, and that was Connor Hellebuck. So
Macro note: exclusive Reuters, Germany has stopped approving war weapons exports to Israel
on hold.
So giving him another 60 points puts him over 600. Which is still nowhere close to the other skaters. Top skater was Nathan McKinnon with 916. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at here. 916 for skaters. Austin Matthews. I mean, these are guys who are killing it, right? 906. It's like Kucherov with 100 assists. He should be a little bit closer. So that 0.5 would help. I mean, that's giving him 50 more points. That puts him up here where he deserves to be. Same with Connor McDavid. I think that'll do well. But if you look at goalies' total points, I mean, they are severely lacking. I mean, do I do 8 points? I think I still need to bump. Do we just do 10? Goalie win is 10. Remember when you were Kuch for MVP? Mac outscored him in fantasy by 140 points. That means nothing. That's our point structure. How does it feel to win MVP when you're not the MVP? I just want to throw that out there. Some of the people that voted put Kucherov 5th on their. I mean, those people have a vendetta. And when you have a vendetta, that's just garbage, man. Because someone didn't play well in the All-Star game. Who the hell cares? Is it really worth it and to draft a goalie? Just might pick 2 goalies each night. Well, you can. What do you mean? Of course you need other things. Just pick up 2. Well, I mean, you only have a certain amount of trades per week, but yeah, it will absolutely benefit you to have goalies starting. I just need all 3 positions. So the idea is all 3 positions, the top 5 in each top 5 forwards, top 5 defenders, top 2-3 goalies. They need to have points that are close, right? So if someone's drafting first and they pick, whoever, Austin Matthews, whatever, they're going to have the best forward. Or if top 3 people are going to have the best forwards. Well, you don't need to be punished if you're drafting last and there's not a best of something still available. So that's why I have to get it close. There needs to be different strategies rather than just draft the best forward. By 500 points, those couple 5th place votes didn't matter. Yeah, but if that dude or a few of them that did 3rd even, if Kucherov didn't get first, he should have gotten 2nd, and he did not get 2nd place votes on everybody else's ticket. It's garbage. It's garbage. Kucherov had over 50% of Tampa's goals last year. Kucherov touched. That's insane. That's insane. That's generational stuff. And he's a winger. Yeah. I see your little post. Mac got the votes how he should. If Mac wasn't first, he should have been 2nd. Anybody that put him 3rd or 5th, they don't deserve to ever vote again. Kucherov had 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place votes. A lot of them. Like, that's ridiculous. It was a 2-horse race last season.
Shares of T-Mobile now off the lows now.
And the fact that Kucherov, that Connor McDavid got 2nd place votes. Come on.
Today.
The team was freaking loaded. Is Florida better for declaring residents for day trade due to state income tax? Probably. Yeah, because the rest of TP is, that's my point, Shred. He was the most valuable player by far. Samurai Heart got 1/5 place vote. Oh my gosh, these people. In my opinion, Matthews should have been ahead of Cooch. No, man, I disagree. 70 goals for 69. He didn't get 70. It's impressive, but that team was stacked. What did Tampa have? Point, Kucherov, an aging Stamkos, a Hedman, aging Hedman. He did pretty good, though. And nothing after that. Nothing. So you had Kucherov and Point. Are the Canucks winning? Yeah. They're doing good. BYND up at high day. Sounds similar to Toronto. Didn't you both make the same round of the playoffs? Was Toronto a wild card? I don't know. Matthews didn't have a hand in 50% plus of Toronto's goals, that's for sure.
Ticker HRB and ticker INTU. On a possible positive catalyst circulating, the IRS free tax filing system has allegedly been breached by Lockbit. Watching those shares of H&R Block.
No way.
INTU.
Oh, jeez. The IRS has been hacked. The IRS tax filing system's already been hacked, huh? The news hasn't hit the other channels yet. Is it really just gonna not hit the other channels?
Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo said Apple employees are currently using employee discounts to purchase the iPhone 16.
To file paper.
Said could be another signal that initial demand for the iPhone 16 was lower than expected.
Well, another news channel.
That's Alfalfa Pop Lima.
When you hear the second Chuck say it, that's when the other news hits it. Wait all morning for Voss. Got up. Damn it, Hilo. What's up, Happy? I can't believe the other news sources aren't hitting this.
Notes continued social media circulations. Notes e-file was compromised earlier this year, serving malware through malicious JavaScript file pop up in March.
Pretty crazy.
MAR Marriott CEO said company is watching if slowdown in spending from lower income travelers was just a blip.
I developed iPhone short stories app. How's that going for you?
That's Michael Alfa Romeo.
Via. Whoa. Jeez. Don't make my phone explode. And 100% retracement. Okay. APLD, that was one on my watch list today. Oh, hello. Vivos. There's your move. Okay, now we're just being comical.
Ticker VEA, Victor Echo Echo Alpha. Sure seeing continued heavy activity, new highs, VEA.
All right, let me get this prediction up.
Ticker Vivos, VVOS, also seeing continued heavy activity, new highs, Victor Victor Oscar Sandy.
Is this an AI talking to you? No, that's a real person. That's Benzinga. It's my news feed.
VVOS, Vivos, another pop to the high, $5.19. Victor, Victor, Oscar, Sandy. Vivos shares now up 82%.
Stop saying it's trash. It is good. VPOS has gotten over the 200. That's the kind of get crazy level. How many times you sniff those panties before you went to bed? Can't sniff them when you're wearing them. good fill. I'm going to go long on TAL. Vivos, rocking and rolling. Gotta put that up here. VVOS. Wow. What a move.
No ticker Robinhood HOOD. Sure seen a spike in activity at the highs for Robinhood.
VEEA, VIA, more highs now. Victor Echo Echo Alpha.
Dude, that thing is crazy. VEEA. 1850. All right, predictions up. Get your predictions in. Vivos. Jeez. Dude, what in the world? I'll put a 30-second chart on that. Zero range chief notes, we have many capabilities we have not yet activated. Not gonna lie, my phone has not been in my pocket since yesterday.
COHR coherent share is now up about 5%, 8188.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I don't have a battery in these. I'm wired, baby. I'm good. I'm Gucci. However, my computer has a massive power supply that could totally cook. And my phone's right there. And I have a backup battery sitting on the floor over there. Also now a bomb, apparently. One minute cock there. Oh no, this is a 30-second. Take that back. Market's good juice in the Fed. Everyone knows it. It's coming, so whether it's 25, 50, clear. Well, I think the uncertainty, though, D-Shures, is the how much is the cut. I feel like it's going to be 25, because if they do 50, then they're setting the precedent that the next one has to be 50. You're not going to start at 50 and then go 25, 25, 25, right? I just feel like whatever they do, they're going to do the next one following. So I feel like it's 25. There's not a poll, it's a prediction. Get your prediction in. See, I'm thinking if they do 50, so they can do 25. I don't know, man. I think they know what it looks like out there. And I feel like if they did 50, people would be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Is it that bad? I had orders at 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. I sell all my shares. It immediately hits these levels. It's just the horse shit is so unreal, man. Am I green? Okay, we're at least green now. Sorry.
It's a program note for ticker T-Mobile, TMUS. That's Sam Albin currently speaking at the T-Mobile Capital Markets Day.
Final trades on CNBC, ET Energy Transfer, TTD Trade Desk, GOOGL, Alphabet GM, General Motors.
Dre, excuse the newbie question, but do you keep a spreadsheet of your wins, losses that you update daily? No. So let me explain why. And those who have been here for a long time know what I'm going to say. But you're new, so you might not know. For me, and this is me personally, I used to do that when I was a young newbie trader. I used to do that. However, I became so focused on it that if I say I had a loss of $500 on Monday, Tuesday would come around, my goal would be to make up that $500. That should not be my goal. My goal is to make green
Less than
trades
1 hour now to
in the day, in the
rate
moment,
decision.
play the trade the best way it could be traded. Not have some arbitrary goal of make $500 back, because it might be a day where I can't make $500 back. And I'll be trying to, fill up that hole, and it might just not be the day. And it had me too much focused on the past. Sound like a politician, and not what's going on in the future. So when I stopped doing that, and that's one of the reasons why I keep my P&L covered up as well. If I'm like really green on the day, I'll show it. But if I'm red, especially, I don't want to know how much I'm red. I just want to be able to focus on my trade and hammer down. Because like if I'm red $400 on a trade and or $400 on the day, and I'm in a trade and I'm up like $350 on the trade, and I should sell there probably, right? Maybe, I don't know, but maybe normally I would sell. But knowing that I'm $50 away from break even, maybe I hold a little bit longer now when I shouldn't have. So it's influencing my trade. I don't want anything to influence my trades. Any outside parameters, outside things to influence my trade. Banger and shiny nugget stuffed in the muff. Oh my god. Jeez, they've been around that long? Or they come and go, the bands? They've always been half on futures. Really? What you described is me when I get losses. Yeah, P.S. I've been following you for 3-5 months or so, and I can see why the community you built is so wholesome, and you're wholesome yourself. Thank you, I appreciate that. However, that just means that you did not watch yesterday's stream. Because there's nothing wholesome about my community. Well, I did grab a penny, sir. Glory wholesome. Can you point me in the right direction to start doing something like this, or that may be something too long to explain? If you gun show
cybersecurity,
are you still around?
HUBC,
I somehow missed your comment.
Israel Securities Authority and Israel Tax Authority conducted a search of company office. Search was conducted to investigate former and current officers over suspected violations. It's ticker HUBC.
Pat Best. Let's go, bud. Welcome aboard. That's what we love to see. We love the new peeps, man. You're here, Gun Show? Okay, so there's probably YouTube videos you can watch, but here's the order that you need to go as a new trader. All right? This is what you got to do. First off, you got to figure out what kind of trader are you. So that's going to be off of your personality type. Are you somebody that has only a little bit of time in the day, so maybe you need to buy something and hold for hours, days, weeks even? Are you a swing trader is basically what I'm getting at. Or are you someone that can sit at the computer 24/7 and trade? Then you might be a day trader. Are you a person that has no problem holding stocks overnight? You don't care about the ups and downs that go on after hours. That doesn't bother you. Maybe you're a swing trader. I couldn't do that. I could not sleep at night. I would wake up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., checking where my positions were. I'm a terrible swing trader because I can't sleep. Therefore, I have to be a day trader. So now that you know what kind of trader you are, then you have to figure out your trading style. Are you or your time frame, I should say. So are you someone that's going to trade the minute charts like I do, or the 5-minute, or the 15-minute, or the 30-minute? What time frame works for you? Is the minute charts too fast? You need something that's a little slower, so to speak, so you can trade 15-minute charts or 5-minute charts. Once you have your time frame nailed down, then you need to learn the very basics. Candlestick patterns, what each candlestick type means, support and resistance areas. You need to learn the basic moving averages or studies that you put on your charts, those sorts of things. And from all that stuff, you're going to be starting to compile a strategy that you will learn from other people, because you don't know how to look up strategies or what strategies are even out there for trading. So you're just going to watch other people's strategies. You can use YouTube. There's a ton of strategies this channel uses, and everybody in it, they use different ones. You'll hear a bunch of them that we call out. If you don't know what we're talking about when we call it out, we use a lot of short terminology when we're talking about this stuff. You'll hear 1 minute cuck, 1 minute cock, cuck and go. I mean, these are all strategies that we just use shorthand to call it out. Anyway, so you're going to be hammering out strategies that you're trying to learn. Just nail one down. It takes time, it takes months to figure out a strategy, implement it, and you're going to practice on paper. You're not using real money during this time. You're going to practice on paper. And when you have it nailed down on paper, you're profitable on paper, then you're going to switch to real money eventually. And that could be after a couple months. And whenever you do go real money, you're going to be using one share at a time. One share. If that's successful, 2 shares, then 5, then 10, then 15, 20, 25, 50, 75, 100. As you get your confidence up, you increase share size, because now that you have your strategy nailed down and you're using real money, now you have to learn the hardest part of trading, which is the emotional side of trading. That's the worst. And that part you never fully learn. Ever. You will still be emotional at some points. You should see the dents on this chair because of emotions. So you have to learn the emotion, the early, first steps of being emotional. I say don't use paper. Trading platform doesn't have the same as well. Yeah, that's true, but I don't want people losing money while they're learning. That's why I say it. McDuck, Ben Styles. Shut up. There's no way. Good God. So anyway, hanging out with this community is by far one of your strongest tools. I would encourage you to be in our Discord, because our Discord is phenomenal. We do have a great community. I joke that they're perverted and psychopathic, but they are helpful. And Discord even more so. We have a section in in here for questions. This one right here, I need to close out this one. That you can create a new topic and people can answer it in forum, like a Reddit style. Very, very helpful. I wish more people would use this. Thank you, Homicidal, for setting this up. But yeah. You don't need to pay for anything while you're learning the very basics, for sure. Don't join, a paid chat room. You're not going to get anything out of it early. There are benefits later on, maybe. But early, just go with free. Not an option to be in Discord. So many. Ask questions type. Discord. Yep, that's right. TIL 69. Shit. 6980. All right, let's get our JPOW bingo going. So people post feed pics in Discord. That's true. Best piece of advice here: when E-Train gives you shit fills, you have to. I for one use the only asset I have left from my mom at inheritance. Got 40K investment. Damn. Until early August happened and feeling FOMO into that 7.5. Some 4K less. Well, you're still profitable, man. Don't hate on yourself too much. I mean, you're basically up 10% on the year. That's really good. For the average Joe. So don't hate on yourself too much. We are heading into a period where the Fed cuts rates back to zero. At the end of this cutting cycle, the market usually hits a bottom. Usually. But man, I feel like when everybody knows the history of the way things happen and everyone's talking about it, I feel like the opposite always happens. Like, I feel like this is going to be the one that doesn't do that. No cut. Last call. Get your Fed rate cut prediction in. Use those channel points. I didn't say he's not going to cut rates. I'm talking about the market pulling back after cuts start. Dude, can you imagine if they say no cut today? I think we'd have a pretty hard pullback. Because everybody's priced in quarter point or 50. If he did say no cut today, then he would have to definitely say market participants believe next meeting for sure. Otherwise, toast. Real-time odds. Let me see this. Jeez, I didn't know they had this free. That's cool. So they're 59% chance of a 50 basis point cut. Damn. Emotional sign of trading. You find these freaking clips so fast. What ticker is that? BTX. Streaming. Gun Show John from Kick to Twitch. Let's go, bud. Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Here, I'm going to give you all. I don't know if the Discord link works, but here, there's the link if you want in. It's very helpful. Last call on the prediction. Let's get my J-Pal bingo going here. Free bingo maker. Fed rate. J-Pal. All right.
Zelensky hails very important.
Give me
result
some
of
words for our
overnight
bingo.
Military activity on Russian territory without mentioning target in Tiva region.
Premature. Cooling. Fed. Panic. Unexpected. Central bank. Let's just say banks. How about data driven? Yep. Driven. Data dependent. Transitory, of course. Unemployment. Let's try to keep it one word if possible. Independent. Tight. No, they're not going to say that probably. Inflation, good word, yep. Adjust eyeglasses. Okay, yeah. Touches glasses. Touches glasses. Tie color. That's a tough one because there's like, yeah. All right, 2%. Yeah. Tits. All right, target's a good word. I don't want to do yes or no's because then there's a chance for it not to be called. It has to be able to be called at any point. Stagflation. That's a tough one. Okay. Environment. Okay, that could be anything, right? Quantitative. I don't know if he'll say that, but I'll put it in there. Quantitative. Monetary, good. Debt, okay. Mandate, yeah, okay. Soft landing. How about just landing? So you could say hard or soft. We'll do landing. Balance sheet, or we'll do balance for balance sheet or anything else. Kofifi. Dot plot. Ooh. Central bank. Okay. I think we had bank in there for central bank. Yeah, we already have bank. We'll just do bank. So if he says central bank or what banks. Dollar? I don't know if he'll say that. Peaches, cucked, okay. World War III. We have lost the plot, boys. We have monetary. Outlook. That's a good one. Do we have recession? Recession. Okay. Accommodative. Okay. Stability. How about price? The word price. Financial pussy. Yield curve. Okay, that's a good one. Financial. Okay. Core, yeah, that's a good one. Let's say market. I'll put market in there for job market, stock market, anything like that. That'll be good. Treasury. How about roll off? Resilient. Okay. Dollar. Election. I don't know. Black Swan. Ooh. Put that in there. Meaningful. I think he uses that a lot. Dogs and cats eating. We have data. Dovish. I don't know if he's ever said that. Slap. What? Only grams. Patient. Yet. We have lost the plot real quick. Here, I'll do clears throat. Clears throat. Like that. Yes, drinks water. Supply chain, that's a good one. Lane's left a fart. AI? I don't think he's going to mention AI. I think we have funds. No, we don't. He said AI last meeting? All right, I'll throw it in there. AI. I think we have deficit. We have debt. That's different. Unemployment. That's, oh yeah, unemployment. Uncertainty. Yep, expectations. Okay. Uncertainty. How do we get boards? So, how do you not know? Okay, I think we got enough. All right. Oh, we already have employment. I love it. It tells me when we have duplicate words. All right, here's your link. Get your JPal bingo card. Get your JPal bingo card now. Boom. We'll pin that. There's only 30 different ones. So multiple bingo potentials here. I'm a cock man. I rarely would take a trade going into an event like this. Like, I'm usually hands off. Channel point wager. We already did one. We have an open prediction right now. So the way this works is you'll get your bingo card by clicking that link, right? And you can click on it, and when he says a word, you'll get bingo, whatever. Whenever you get a full bingo, you have to screenshot it, go to Discord, go to general chat, and post it in there. First one to do that, and we go over it, and it's bingo, wins. And what do you win? Nothing. That's what you win. Now, so we're doing the free version of this bingo. There's only 30 different cards out there, and obviously there's going to be like 300 people. If we all played, there's going to be 10 copies of each. That's just the way it is. But it's kind of hard to keep track of what you're looking for when he's talking. So a free sniff. Maybe you'll get feet pics. I don't know. No promises. Of course, there's an ad. Floor the cock man. Oh, she's gave us some stuff here. Yeah, she's just posted some stuff on the floor. Check that stuff out. I think I've read most of this. DOC's minutes. Okay.
Ticker MAXN, Michael Alpha X-ray November. Sure seeing any spike in activity, new highs, MAXN.
Aiden, not a bad call. I would be surprised if I traded too. I'm reading all of Cheese's stuff. That's an interesting point. I didn't think of one of the. I don't know who this is. Is this still BAC? A 50 cut can be communicated as making up for not cutting 25 in July rather than being a panic move. That is true. They could do that. They could do 50, 20, 25, 25. If they spin it. It's all how they spin it.
QSR, Restaurant Brands getting a pop here on some volume. Quebec Sandy Romeo, QSR.
Russell outperforms. Ciclo outperforms. Russell outperforms.
Cosmos Health releases 2024-2027 updated guidance, projects revenue of $155.8 million and adjusted EBIT of $29.4 million annually by 2027, driven by strategic focus on high margin segments. Revenue expected to increase by 16.3% from $59.35 million in 2024 to $155.8 million in 2027. That's Charlie Oscar Sandy Michael.
More rocket cock. Potential 5-minute move here. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break since we're going to be hot and heavy here in just a second. So 15-minute break-ish, take a piss, get something to eat, come back ready to go for 2 o'clock.
Less than 15 minutes now to the Fed rate decision coming up at
On ticker
2
FFIE,
p.m. Eastern
Foxtrot,
Time at
Foxtrot,
2:30,
India,
the
Echo,
FOMC
sure seeing a
press
spike in
conference.
activity, new highs, FFIE.
TMUS T-Mobile announced a 35% quarterly dividend increase to 88 cents per share. That's Tango Micro Uniform Sandy. Shares of T-Mobile getting a pop here. Shares fell earlier at the Capital Markets Day today for TMUS T-Mobile. TMUS, T-Mobile expects TFB to deliver double-digit service revenue compound annual growth rate from 2023 to 2027. Service revenue growth anticipated to accelerate a compound annual growth rate of about 5% at midpoint from 2023 to 2027. That is TMUS, T-Mobile. Teamsters expect to announce endorsement decision for president on Wednesday. That's coming from the union. S&P futures dipping slightly ahead of the rate decision coming up in about 5 minutes. Teamsters Union says poll of members shows 58 supported Trump versus 31% for Harris. discount rate 0.50, 50
Ooh.
basis points to 5%.
0.5.
FOMC voted 11-1 for the Fed funds rate action. Fed officials see Fed funds rate at a median of 4.4% at the end of 2024, 3.4% at the end of 2025,
2024.
2.9% at the end of 2026,
4.5%
in the long run. See unemployment
So that means
rate of
25, 25?
4.4% at the end of 2024. See PCE inflation of 2.3% at the end of 2024. S&P futures getting a pop here now. 57.
Wow, that's a quick drop.
Up about 41. Again, the Fed lowering the discount rate 50 basis points.
SPY new all-time high. Yep.
S&P futures continuing
Get the music back on.
Move to new highs 57, 50, 75.
That was a cool song. What's up, Trey? Hot damn, dude. So in a Fed rate cut environment, there is traditionally a pop to begin with.
S&P futures now up
and
54.
Then over the coming weeks,
Dow futures
you do
up
see a
330.
pullback. So this isn't out of the
Nasdaq
ordinary.
is up 190.
Does that trend continue?
Crude is
I have
up
no
13
freaking
cents
clue.
at $70.09. Gold is up $12.50 at $2603.40. Bitcoin futures up 765 at 60,870.
Let's see if this move holds up. So traditionally, almost every time, we get a move in one way and then it goes the other way. Later's this guy Cox. See you tomorrow. Where are you going? Oh. You're not going to stick around for the presser?
Coming up at 2:30, Fed Chair Powell will be speaking at the press conference.
Fair enough, Cheese. Good day. Congrats, man. How's Banks taking it? Mm-hmm. So there's your initial pump. Maybe Bitcoin's going to lead us. It's a little ahead of the SPY as far as the pullback goes. All right. So we have the press conference at 2:30 p.m., which is more important than what we just heard, probably. Okay. So Zillow's starting to rock and roll here. You can understand why out of that. Damn. What about solar? MPW? Why?
Ticker Zillow, interest rate sensitive stock seeing continued activity, new highs. Ticker Zillow.
Beta Chuck listens to this channel. Confirmed. He could have said any other ticker. Beta Chuck, I love you. What's some housing plays? I like this one. You're welcome. What's some housing plays besides Zillow?
Ticker Zillow shares continue to see heavy activity as Fed cuts rates 50.
What's Tesla doing? Gonna curl back up. CVNA should be doing well as yeah. FSLR. Surprised that's not doing better. LRN. Spready. Oh, lending. Oh, lending club. Oh no, that's Lennar. What's lending? LC. KBH. Wonder if Home Depot's. I'll have to keep an eye on Zillow. That might be a good trader. See what this pullback does. Market's still pulling back after that initial spike. Three, 8, 45. Come on, bid. No. Don't cuck fail. Or cock fail, I mean. That's a cock. What the hell is that? It's weird price action, man. Damn it. Oh, as soon as I hit the sell button, collapse. Oh well. I'm surprised that didn't do better. OMX. Huh.
U.S. seeks up to 6 million barrels of oil to help replenish strategic petroleum reserve, that according to the Energy Department. S&P futures pulling back now, up right now about 8.
Market has given it all back. No.
S&P futures now turning
Red.
negative.
From the move, the initial move. It's actually a tough trader. Kind of looking like a short right now if this closed as is. Via coming back up. Cuck and go now on Zillow over 65.50. How does that not go? That cucked. Not a good look. Now it cucked. Now you're getting the cross downside. Good God, Gnome. All right, well, if I lose on this one on Zillow, I just got to hang it up because it's just beating me up now. If I go 0 for 4, throw in the towel on it. Mm-hmm. Watch VEEA has a W here with high day right above it. There it goes. What does that break? 1773? If I wasn't in this trade, I would be in that one or about to get in that one if it gets to that trigger point. Cuck and go now. Potential. Oh, did that W? That V looks too good. Although, did it break? 76 or 75? It did. It kind of needs to go here. There it is. There it is. Market coming back. V taking off. High day up there. So big rip. Gave it all back. Bounced again. V is that new high. Gold getting destroyed? Come on, Zillow. Give me high day, you bastard.
All right. I'll have a W here now at 68. 65, 85. Six. Freaking A. That should be it. Give us. You're right there. 82. Can you break it? Wrong way. Wrong way. This is a weird trader, man. That should have gone. Adding over 82 now. We got 8 minutes to the presser, and then I'm stopping trading so I could focus on that. So has the move happen, or will it move again in 8 minutes? Oh, you'll definitely get some movement based off of what he says. That's crazy there.
Gold futures spiking to the highs now, 26.24, up 30.10 following the Fed rate decision.
There's a flat top now at this 65.82 on this guy. That looks really good. But we'll see if we break it.
Note gold mining and gold related stocks seeing continued activity, new highs.
There's 86. High day. There it is. Break high day. Got it.
And tick FCX, Foxtrot Charlie X-ray, sure seeing new highs.
Selling half. All right, I'm getting out. I don't care if it breaks 66 or not. I got to find the stream for this thing. We need to play Final Countdown again because that was badass. All right, they went live. Let me speed this up. Get that over here. Move you over here. This is a big one, boys. Trump is, right? Put Spy on screen. It is on screen. Relax. I'm not a freaking noob here. I got it. I got it. VEA. Oh, it got trashed. Oh.
Auto seller Carvana shares see new highs, continued activity, Charlie Victor, November Alpha.
All right. Any minute now.
Fed Chair Powell beginning his news conference.
How do I have the slowest stream ever?
Powell said squarely focused on our goals.
Freaking A, CNBC. You're trash. You're so trash.
Economy strong overall.
LFGJPOW.
Powell said
strong overall.
Economy is strong overall.
Toward our goals.
All right, I got Fox.
2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to an estimated
committed to maintaining economy.
Chuck, we can't really understand.
By supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% level. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a half percentage point. This decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate growth and inflation moving sustainably.
This is lousy gets. It's the feed.
We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings.
Ooh.
I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.2% in the first half of the year, and available data point to a roughly similar pace of growth this quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment fell back in the second quarter after rising strongly in the first. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to remain solid, with a median projection of 2% over the next few years.
2%.
In the labor market, conditions have continued to cool. Payroll job gains averaged 116,000 per month over the past 3 months, a notable step down from the pace seen earlier in the year. The unemployment rate has moved up, but remains low at 4.2%. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of elevated inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year, 0.4 higher than projected in June. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.2% over the 12 months ending in August.
Quite a bit.
And that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%.
Core.
Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.3% this year and 2.1% next year, somewhat lower than projected in June. Thereafter, the median projection is 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. Our primary focus had been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. We are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and
No ticker Tesla, TSLA. This week's 240 calls are coming in active for Tesla. Shares at highs.
Between aggregate supply and demand.
Anything
Easing
that
inflationary pressures
touches,
and ensuring that
interest rates is going to move. That's your Carvanas, your Teslas.
Our patient
Solar
approach
really
over the
hasn't
past year
moved
has
much
paid
yet,
dividends.
but I would imagine that's right
Inflation
behind
is
it.
now much closer to our objective, and we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. As inflation has declined and the labor market has cooled, the upside risks to inflation have diminished and the downside risks to employment have increased. We now see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. In light of the progress on inflation and the balance of risks, at today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point to 4.75% to 5%. This recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we begin the process of moving toward a more neutral stance. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing progress on inflation as we begin the process of moving toward a more neutral stance.
What?
We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly can hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as expected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.4% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of 2025. These median projections are lower than in June, consistent with the projections for lower inflation and higher unemployment, as well as the changed balance of risks. These projections, however, are not a committee plan or decision. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated,
I'm not close.
we are prepared to respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all
I'm so screwed. There's no way I'm winning.
We understand that our actions affect
I need
communities,
roll off and panic. Yeah,
businesses
not happening.
across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman,
I'm so
CNBC. Thank you,
screwed.
Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions. In July, you said you weren't necessarily thinking about a 50. You didn't want to be specific, but you said you weren't thinking about a 50. The inflation data last week came out a little firmer than expected. Retail was strong, third quarter GDP running 3%. So what changed and made the committee go 50, and how do you respond to the concerns that perhaps it shows the Fed is more concerned about the labor market? And I guess, should we expect more 50s?
No, he hasn't touched yet, but he's got a little gap there. He could touch soon.
Thank you.
So, okay, a lot of questions in there. Let me jump in. Since the last meeting, we have had a lot of data come in. We've had the two employment reports.
You say
July and
cooling?
August. We've also had 2 inflation reports, including one that came in during blackout.
Do I have coolant?
We had the QCEW report, which suggests that suggests that the payroll report numbers that we're getting may be artificially high and will be revised
You said
down.
market?
You know that.
All right.
We've also seen anecdotal data like
I have
the beige
cooling.
book. So
I do have cooling.
we took all of
All right.
those and we went into blackout and we thought about what to
He said
do.
blackout, not black
This is
swan.
the right thing for the economy, for the people that we serve, and that's
You're
how
rather
we made our
cooler.
decision.
Did he
So
say
that's one question. What was the second
Environment?
and third?
Sorry, thank you, sir. How do we figure out in the months ahead, is there another 25 or 50 coming in? Based on what shall we make that call? Thank you.
Sure. So, a couple things. A good place to start is the SEP. But let me start with what I said, which was that we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting, based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, the balance of risks. If you look at the SEP, you'll see that it's a process of recalibrating our policy stance away from where we had it a year ago when inflation was high and unemployment low.
Queen
to a place that's
says
more appropriate
they
to where
have
we are now,
bingo.
where we expect to be, and that process will take place. over
Price
time.
core.
There's nothing in the SEP that suggests the committee is in a rush to
Unexpected.
get this done. This
Got
process
mandate.
evolves over
Fed?
time. Of course.
Can we confirm
that's a
Fed?
projection. That's a baseline projection. We know, as I mentioned in my remarks, that the
When did
actual
they say
things that we do will
unexpected?
depend on the way the economy evolves. We can go quicker if that's appropriate. We can go slower.
Yes,
if
confirmed
that's
on
appropriate. We can
Fed.
pause if that's
What about
appropriate.
unexpected?
But that's what we were contemplating. I would point you to the SEP.
I mean, I might give it to you.
As just an assessment.
Congrats,
of
Queen. Queen
what the
K.
committee is thinking today.
With
But
the J-Pal
individual
bingo
members
of J-Pal
are
bingos.
thinking today, assuming that their particular forecasts are realized.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. The projections show that the Fed officials expect the Fed funds rate to still be above their estimate of long-run neutral by the end of next year. So does that
Say
suggest
something. I don't know
you
who
see
K
rates as
Queen is,
restrictive
or Queen K
for that
is.
entire period? Does that threaten the weakening of the job market that you said you'd like to avoid, or does it suggest that maybe people see the short-run neutral as a little bit higher?
Blind lead or posting up.
The way I would really characterize it is this:
Expectations
People
cooling,
write down their
resilient.
estimate, individuals
Resilient?
do. I think every
Inflation
single
touches
person
glasses
on the
for
committee,
sure,
if
and
you
inflation
ask
for
them what's your
sure.
level of certainty
Did he
around
say
that, they would
resilient?
say there's a wide range where that could fall. So I think we don't know. There are model-based approaches and empirically based approaches that estimate
right,
what the
confirmed on
neutral rate
resilient.
will be at any given time. But realistically, we know it by its works. So that leaves us in a place where where we expect, in the base case, to be continuing to remove restriction, and we'll be looking at the way the economy reacts to that, and that'll be guiding us in our thinking about the question that we're asking at every meeting, which is our policy stance the appropriate one? We know, if you go back, we know that the policy stance we adopted in July of 2023 came at a time when unemployment was 3.5% and inflation was 4.2%. Today, unemployment is up to 4.2%, inflation's down to a few tenths above 2. So we know that it is time to recalibrate our policy to something that is more appropriate given the progress on inflation and on employment moving to a more sustainable level. So the balance of risks are now even. And this is the beginning of that process. I mentioned the direction of which is toward a sense of neutral. And we'll move as fast or as slow as we think is appropriate in real time. But what you have is our individual accumulation.
Spy
of
pulling back
individual
some more,
estimates
back
of
down to
what that will
VWAP.
be in the base case.
Howard Schneider with Reuters.
Touch his glasses.
How close was this in terms of the decision? You do have the first dissent by a governor since 2005, I think. Was the weight clearly in favor of a 50, or was this a very close decision?
I think we had a good discussion. If you go back, I
Your
talked
team
about
is gonna
this
hit with some
actually, but I
layoffs,
didn't
like
address
just
the
now?
question of the size of the cut, left it open, and I think we left it open going into
And I
the
hope
blackout.
you
And so
survived,
there
right,
was a lot of
Googly?
discussion, back and forth, good diversity of division, excellent discussion today. I think there was also broad support for the decision that the committee voted on. So I would add, though, look at the SEP. All 19 of the participants
minutes
wrote
ago?
down
Good
multiple
God.
cuts this year. All 19. That's a big change from June, right? 7 of them wrote down 3 or more, and 17 of the 19 wrote down 3
Yeah,
or
I
more
gotta think a
cuts,
lot
and
of
10 of
jobs.
the 19
This
wrote
is
down
true. They're
4 or
starting
more
to.
cuts. So, there's dissent, and there's a range of views, but there's actually a lot of common ground as well.
Follow up to that, now that this is in the books, can you give us some guidance as sort of follow up to Steve on the pacing here? Would you expect this to be running every other meeting once we get into next year? For
Yeah,
example?
we're gonna take it meeting by meeting. As I mentioned, there's no sense that the committee feels it's in a rush to do this. We made a good, strong start to this, and that's really, frankly, a sign of our confidence. Confidence that inflation is coming down toward 2% on a sustainable basis. That gives us the ability. We can, make a good, strong start, but. And I'm very pleased that we did. To me, the logic of this, both from an economic standpoint and also from a risk management standpoint, was clear. But I think we're going to go carefully, meeting by meeting, and make our decisions as we go.
Hi, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik of the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. You and your colleagues in your economic projections today see the unemployment rate climbing to 4.4% and staying there. Obviously, historically, when the unemployment rate climbs that much over a relatively short period of time, it doesn't typically just stop. It continues increasing. And so I wonder if you can walk us
they just
through
think it's
why
going
you
to
see the
magically
labor
stop
market
at 4.5,
stabilizing,
huh?
What's the mechanism there, and what do you see as the risks?
So, again, the labor market is actually
Planned
in
unemployment. We're just going to
solid
stop
condition.
it. We're just going to stop
And
it.
our intention with our policy move today is to keep it there. You can say that about the whole economy. The U.S. economy is in good shape. It's growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down. The labor market is in a strong pace. We want to keep it there. That's what we're doing.
Sorry, Nick.
Here we go, Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, does today's action constitute a catch-up in action given recent substantial revisions to the employment data? Or is this larger than typical rate cut a function of the elevated nominal level of the policy rate such that an accelerated cadence could be expected to continue?
Okay. Multiple questions in there. But so I would say we don't think we're behind. We do not think we think this is timely. But I think you can take this as a sign of our commitment not to get behind. So it's a strong move. Sorry, your other
That's a
question.
strong move. He's saying it's a strong move. It's a flex.
In the employment data between this meeting and the last meeting, or is this about the level of the funds
He did it with
rate,
the pen, too.
the high nominal level of the
Strong
funds rate
move.
relative to what might be expected?
We're not getting behind.
To maintain equilibrium.
Strong.
I think it's
Strength.
About, we come into this with a policy position that was put in place, as you know, I mentioned in July of 2023, which was a time of high inflation and very low unemployment. We've been very patient about reducing the policy rate. We've waited. Other central banks around the world have cut, many of them several times. We've waited, and I think that patience has really paid dividends in the form of our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. So I think that is what enables us to take this strong move today. I do not think that anyone should look at this and say, "Oh, this is the new pace." You have to think about it in terms of the base case. Of course, what happens will happen. So in the base case, what you see is look at the SEP. You see cuts moving along. The sense of this is we're recalibrating policy down over time to a more neutral level, and we're moving at the pace that we think is appropriate given developments in the economy in the base case. The economy can develop in a way that would cause us to go faster or slower, but that's what the base case says.
And if I could follow up on the balance sheet. In 2019, when you did the mid-cycle adjustment, you ceased the balance sheet runoff. With a larger cut today, should there be any signal inferred about how the committee would approach end state on the balance sheet policy?
So in the current situation, reserves have really been stable. They haven't come down. So reserves are still abundant and expected to remain so for some time. As you know, the shrinkage in our balance sheet has really come out of the overnight RRP. So I think what that tells you is we're not thinking about stopping runoff because of this at all. We know that these two things can happen side by side. In a sense, they're both a form of normalization. And so for a time, you can have the balance sheet shrinking, but also be cutting rates.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. Just following up on Gina's question on rising unemployment, is it your view that this is just a function of a normalizing labor market amid improved supply, or is there anything to suggest that something more concerning perhaps is taking place here, given that other metrics of labor demand have softened too? And I guess
Starkey!
Gina is, why should we not expect a further deterioration in labor market?
My man, how was the dream?
If policy is still restrictive.
So I think what we're seeing is clearly
Run ads.
Conditions have cooled off by any measure, as I talked about in Jackson.
If I had a button to push to run ads, I would.
But they're still at a level. The level
But
of
alas,
those
I've
conditions is actually
deleted
pretty
that
close
button
to
from my
what I would
life.
call maximum employment.
And instead, I
you're
gave it
close
to AI,
mandate, maybe at
and
mandate
AI chooses when to
on
run
that.
ads.
So what's driving it? Clearly, payroll job creation has moved down over the last few months, and this bears.
What do y'all
watching.
think of this 0.5 cut?
Meant by many other measures, the labor market.
Stocky, thank you for the raid.
to
Appreciate it, my man.
below 2019 levels, which was a
Knowing you,
very
you killed
good,
it today.
Strong labor market, but this is more sort of 2018, 17. So the labor market bears close watching, and we'll be giving it that. But ultimately, we believe, with an appropriate recalibration of our policy, that we can continue to see the economy growing, and that will support the labor market.
A lot of
In the
channel
meantime,
points today.
If you look at the growth in economic activity data,
We're day
sales
traders,
data
Java
we just
kitten.
got, second quarter GDP, all of this indicates an economy that is still growing at a solid pace. So that should also support the labor market over time. So, but again, it bears watching, and we're watching.
Up and down when he's done talking.
The point about starting to see rising layoffs, if that were to happen, wouldn't the committee already be too late in terms of avoiding a recession?
Appreciate you guys.
Our plan, of course, has been to begin to recalibrate. And as you know, we're not seeing rising claims. We're not seeing
Kind of like what
rising layoffs.
CEO
We're
of
not seeing
Robin
that,
Hood.
and we're not
What's his
hearing
name?
that from companies.
Hey,
that that's
easy
something
Ed.
that's
This is what I
getting
need you to
ready
do.
happen. So we're not
Raise your
waiting
hand in the air
because, there
and
is-
swiftly punch
there's
yourself in the
thinking
nuts.
that,
Okay, thanks.
The time to support the labor market is when it's strong, and not when you begin to see the layoffs. There's some lore on that. So that's the situation we're in. We have, in fact, begun the cutting cycle now, and we'll be watching. And that'll be one of the factors that we consider. Of course, we're going to look at the totality of the data as we make these decisions, meeting by meeting.
Yeah, I'm going to need
Michael
you to
Stevens,
get one of those
Bloomberg,
pagers,
TV
by the way.
Radio. To follow up on that, what would constitute for you and the committee
Flat
a
as
deterioration
billions,
in
yes.
the labor market? You're
But those
pricing
that
in
look like him don't.
Basically, by the end of next year, 200 basis points of cuts just to maintain a higher unemployment rate. Would you be moving to a more preemptive
What's
monetary
all?
policy style rather than, as you did with inflation, waiting until the data gave you a signal?
No, we're going to be.
It is walkie-talkies,
watching
too.
All of the data.
I'm all out of
So
walkie-talkies, though.
if, as I mentioned in my remarks, if the labor market were to
You guys missed it
slow
yesterday.
unexpectedly, then we have the ability to react
Open
to
and-
that by cutting faster. We're also going to be looking
Quite the
at
package.
our other mandate, though.
Salt!
We are more great. We have
Busting
greater confidence
out
now that inflation
10.
is moving down to 2%, but at the same time,
What did you trade,
our
Salt?
plan
What did you
is that we
freaking
will be
trade?
at 2%. Over
SoFi
time.
again?
So, and policy we think is still restrictive, so that should still be happening.
You've been killing that
How
one, dude.
sensitive you'll be to the labor market.
Didn't
since
dodge.
you forecast
Nice.
We are going to see higher
Two-way
unemployment.
pagers.
And it is going to take a significant amount of monetary easing.
Let's go. Can we get some Salt Lifes in chat?
So,
His
you know,
emo.
what I would say is we don't think
We have a
need
thing
to
that
see
whoever,
further loosening of labor market conditions.
donos
to
100
close to
bomb
2%.
gets their own
But
emote.
We have a dual mandate.
This is his. He
and
did it back
I
in the
think you
day.
can take this whole action as take a step back. What have we been trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve a situation where we restore price stability without the kind of painful
So did dude, yeah.
increase in unemployment that has come sometimes with this inflation.
Sorry, Joss.
That's what we're trying to do. And I think you can take today's action as a sign of our strong commitment to achieve that goal.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You're describing this view that you don't think you're behind when it comes to the job market. Can you walk us through the specific data points that you found to be most helpful in the discussions at this meeting? You've mentioned a couple, but would you be able to walk us through what that dashboard told you as far as what you know about the job market now?
Sure. So we'll start with unemployment, which is the single most important one probably. You're at 4.2%. That's, I know that's higher than we were used to seeing numbers in the mid and even below mid threes last year. But
thank you all for the follows, by the way. I appreciate it.
Sweep of the years.
There's more follows than I can call out.
Unemployment rate, and anything in the low fours is a good labor market. So that's one thing. Participation is at high levels. It's we're right adjusted for demographics, for aging. Participation's at pretty high levels. That's a good thing. Wages are still a bit above what would be their wage increases, rather, are still just a bit above where they would be over the very longer term to be consistent with 2% inflation, but they're very much coming down to what that sustainable level is, so we feel good about that. Vacancies over, per unemployed is back.
I'm not busting
but
out the
still at a
granny
strong
panties.
level. It's not as high as it was. That number reached 2 to 1, 2 vacancies for every unemployed person, as measured. It's now below around 1, but that's still a very good number, I would say. Quits have come back down to normal levels. I mean, I could go on and on. There are many, many employment indicators. What do they say? They say this is still a solid labor market. The question isn't the level. The question is that there has been change particularly over the last few months. And so what we say is as the risks, the upside risks to inflation have really come down, the downside risks to employment have increased. And because we have been patient and held our fire on cutting while inflation has come down, I think we're
For those that don't know what they were talking about, my chat sent me this
to manage
yesterday.
the risks to both of our goals.
And what do you expect to learn between now and November that will help inform?
I had to go
decisions
pick this
at the
up
next
from
meeting?
my post office, and it was handed to
more
me
data, the usual.
by the post worker.
Don't look for anything else. We'll
It
see
lit-
another
this is
labor
the
report.
bag
We'll
it came
see,
in.
Another
Only Graham.
jobs report. I think we get we get two. We get a second jobs report on the day of the meeting, I think. On the Friday before the meeting. And inflation data. We'll get all this data. We'll be watching. It's always a question of look at the incoming data and ask what are the implications of that data for the evolving outlook and the balance of risks, and then go through our process and think what's the right thing to do. Is policy where we want it to be to foster the achievement of our goals over time? So that's what it is, and that's what we'll be doing.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. We've only been running a little above 100,000 jobs a month on payrolls the last 3 months. Do you view that level of job creation as worrying or alarming, or would you be content if we were to kind of stick at that level? And relatedly, one of the welcome trends of the last couple of years has been labor market steam
That
coming
guy's
out
on my
through
face.
job openings falling rather than job losses. Do you think that trend has further to run, or do you see risk that further labor market cooling will have to come through job losses?
So on the job creation, it depends on the inflows, right? So if you're having millions of people come into the labor force, and you're creating 100,000 jobs, you're going to see unemployment go up. So it really depends.
Discrete
on what's the
option.
trend
It
that
says
underlies
new discrete
the volatility
packaging
of people coming
on
into
the
country. I
outside.
understand there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. And the other thing is just the slower hiring rate, which is something we also watch carefully. So it does depend on what's happening on the supply side. And on the beverage curve question, yes. So we all felt on the committee, not all, but I think everyone on the committee felt that job openings were so elevated that they could fall a long way before you hit the part of the curve where job
Smells like baby
openings
powder.
turned into higher unemployment, job loss. And yes, I think we are. It's hard to know that you can't know these things with great precision, but certainly it appears that we're very close to that point, if not at it, so that further declines in job openings will translate more directly into unemployment. But it's been a great ride down. I mean, we've seen a lot of
I may or may not
targets
have
come out of the
sniffed the
labor market
package fresh.
without it resulting in lower employment.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence, Fox Business. So we've heard some speculation that you may be going with the federal funds rate to 3.5%, maybe under 4%. And there's basically an entire generation that has experienced zero or near zero federal funds rate. Now, some think we're heading in that direction again. What's the likelihood that cheap money is now the norm?
So this is a question, and you mean after we get through all of this? It's just a great question that we can only speculate about. Intuitively, many people anyway would say we're probably not going back to that era where there were trillions of dollars of sovereign bonds trading at negative rates, long-term bonds trading at negative rates. And it looked like the neutral rate might even be negative. So people were issuing debt at negative rates. It seems that's so far away now. My own sense is that we're not going back to that. But honestly, we're going to find out. But it feels to me and that the neutral rate is probably significantly higher than it was back then. How high is it? I just don't think we know. We only know it by its works.
And one more. How do you respond to the criticism that will likely come that a deeper rate cut now before the election has some political motivations?
Yeah. So this is my fourth presidential election at the Fed, and it's always the same. We're always going into this meeting in particular and asking what's the right thing to do for the people we serve, and we do that, and we make a decision as a group, and then we announce it, and that's always what it is. It's never about anything else. Nothing else is discussed.
That's important, Pacey. We do need to do that. It's been a while.
I would also point out that the things that we do really affect economic conditions for the most part with a lag. So nonetheless, this is what we do. Our job is to support the economy on behalf of the American people. And if we get it right, this will benefit the American people significantly. So this really concentrates the mind. And, it's something we all take very, very seriously. We don't put up any other filters. I think if you start doing that, I don't know where you stop. And so we just don't do that.
Jolene. Thank you, Chair Powell. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. My first question is, very simply, what message are you trying to send American consumers, the American people, with this unusually large rate cut?
I would just say that, the U.S. economy is in a good place, and our decision today is designed to keep it there. More specifically, the economy is growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down closer to our 2% objective over time. And the labor market is still in solid shape. So our intention is really to maintain the strength that we currently see in the U.S. economy. And we'll do that by returning rates from their high level, which has really been the purpose of which has been to get inflation under control. We're going to move those down over time to a more normal level over time.
Just a quick follow-up to that. Listening to you talk about inflation moving meaningfully down to 2%, is the Federal Reserve effectively declaring a decisive victory over inflation and rising prices?
No, we're not. So inflation, what we say is we want inflation, the goal is to have inflation move down to 2% on a sustainable basis.
I don't know, Cadrock, I can't remember.
We're not really, we're close, but we're not really at 2%. And I think we're going to want to see it be, around 2% and close to 2% for some time. But we're certainly not we're not saying mission accomplished or anything like that. But I have to say, though, we're encouraged by the progress that we have made.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News. I just would love to know kind of how the committee is thinking about the persistence we've seen in housing inflation. Do you think you can return to 2% with housing inflation where it is? Yeah.
So housing inflation is the one piece that is kind of dragging a bit, if I can say. We know that market rents are doing what we would want them to do, which is to be moving up at relatively low levels. But they're not rolling over. The leases that are rolling over are not coming down as much, and OER is coming in high. So it's been slower than we expected. I think we now understand that it's going to take some time for those lower market rents to get into this. But, the direction of travel is clear. And as long as market rents remain, relatively low inflation, over time that will show up. Just the time it's taking now, several years rather than just one or two cycles of annual lease renewals. So I think we understand that now, but I don't think the outcome is in doubt. Again, as long as market rents remain under control, the outcome is not in doubt. So I would say it's the rest of the portfolio, or of the elements that go into core PCE inflation have behaved pretty well. They all have some volatility. We will get down to 2% inflation, I believe, and I believe that ultimately we'll get what we need to get out of the housing services piece too.
Some of your colleagues have expressed concern that with starting to cut rates, you could reignite demand in housing and see prices go up even more. What's the likelihood of that, and how would you react to that?
The housing market, it's hard to game that out. The housing market is in part frozen because of lock-in with low rates. People don't want to sell their home, so because they have a very low mortgage, it'd be quite expensive to refinance. As rates come down, people will start to move more, and that's probably beginning to happen already. But remember, when that happens, you've got a seller, but you've also got a new buyer in many cases. So it's not obvious how much additional demand that would make. I mean, the real issue with housing is that we have had and are on track to continue to have not enough housing. And so it's going to be challenging. It's hard to find, to zone lots that are in places where people want to live. It's all of the aspects of housing are more and more difficult. And, where are we going to get the supply? And this is not something that the Fed can really fix. But I think as we normalize rates, you'll see the housing market normalize. And I mean, ultimately, by getting inflation broadly down and getting those rates normalized and getting the housing cycle normalized, that's the best thing we can do for householders. And then the supply question will have to be dealt with by the market and also by government.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Just following up on some of the labor market talk earlier, monetary policy operates with long and variable lags, and I'm wondering how much you see being able to keep the unemployment rate from raising too much comes from the fact that you're starting to act now, and that's going to give people more room to run versus just the labor market is strong. And then also, if I could, following up on Nick's question, do you see today's 50 basis point move as partially a response to the fact that you didn't cut in July, and that sort of gets you to the same place?
So you're right about lags, but I would just point to the overall economy. You have an economy that is growing at a solid pace. If you look at forecasters or talk to companies, they'll say that they think 2025 should be a good year too. So there's no sense that the U.S. economy is basically fine. If you talk to market participants, I mean, business people who are actually out there doing business. So I think our move is timely. I do. And
tell that to Googly's team.
Our 50 basis point move as a commitment to make sure that we don't fall behind. So you're really asking about your second question. You're asking about July, and I guess if you ask, if we'd gotten the July report before the meeting, would we have cut? We might well have. We didn't make that decision, but we might well have. I think that's not that doesn't really answer the question that we ask ourselves, which is let's look, when at this meeting we're looking back to the July employment report, the August employment report, the two CPI reports, one of which came, of course, during blackout, and all of the other things that I mentioned. We're looking at all of those things and we're asking ourselves, what's the policy stance we need to move to? We knew, it's clear that we clearly, literally everyone on the committee agreed that it's time to move. It's just how fast do you go, and what do you think about the path forward? So this decision we made today had broad support on the committee, and I've discussed the path ahead.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. mortgage rates have already been dropping in anticipation of this announcement. How much more should borrowers expect those rates to drop over the next year?
Very hard for me to say. That's from our standpoint. I can't really speak to mortgage rates. I will say,
Ticker IBM, India Bravo Michael notes that exclusive to the register, IBM is quietly axing thousands of jobs, according to sources.
Was appropriately restrictive. We think that it's time to begin the process.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Recalibrating it to a level that's
Good
more
God, that was
neutral
loud.
rather than restrictive. We expect that process to take some time, as you can see in the projections that we released today. And if things work out according to that forecast, other rates in the economy will come down as well. However, the rate at which those things happen will really depend on how the economy performs. We can't look a year ahead and know what the economy is going to be doing.
That's my Benzinga news source for you guys that are interested in live news while you're trading. That first link.
What do you say to those households?
Well,
use that coupon code.
What I can
Get
say
you some
to
25%
the
off as
public
well.
is that we had a burst of inflation.
I can't read. That is as loud as it
Many other
gets, and
countries
it is
around the
loud
world
as I have it
had
on my
similar
end
burst
too.
of inflation.
It's just
And when that happens,
quiet stream.
Part of the answer is that we raise interest rates in order to cool the economy off, in order to reduce inflationary pressures. It's not something that
It's so I have it cranked so high. That's why freaking
But
Beta Chuck came in so hot.
At the end, what you get is
Fucking lower Beta Chuck,
low
though.
inflation restored, price stability restored. And a good definition of price stability is that people in their daily decisions, they're not thinking about inflation anymore. That's where everyone wants to be, is back to what's inflation. We just keep it low, keep it stable. We're restoring that. So what we're going through now,
Who
really,
teaches them this?
It restores, it will benefit people over a long period of time.
Like, I'm on like
Price
the
stability
okay
benefits
side,
everybody over a long period of time, just by virtue of the fact that they don't have to deal with inflation. So
who
that's
does
what's been
this?
going on.
Where do they
And
learn
I think
that?
we've made real progress. We don't tell people how to think about the economy.
They don't
of
want a
course,
point.
And of course, people are
It's the
experiencing
opposite
high
of the
prices
point.
as opposed to high inflation, and we understand that's painful.
No, Italians do not do this.
Hi, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch.com. I was wondering if you could go through, you said just at the beginning that coming into the blackout,
He did, didn't he? He
there
was
was
like the
an
father of that,
open
wasn't he?
thought of 25 or 50. The Fed could move either 25 or 50. I would sort of argue that when we had those two last speeches by Governor Waller and New York Fed President John Williams, that they were sort of saying that maybe a gradual approach was going to win the day. I mean, I sort of want to ask a 7-part question about this.
7-part.
I mean, would you have cut rates by 50 basis points if the market had been pricing in like low odds of a 50-point move like they were last Wednesday? After the CPI number came out, it was a really small probability of a 50-point cut. Does that play in your consideration at all? Just talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
We're always going to try to do what we think is the right thing for the economy at that time. That's what we'll do. And that's what we did today.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. You've mentioned how closely you're watching the labor market, but you also noted that payroll numbers have been a little bit less reliable lately because of the big downward revisions. Does that put your focus overwhelmingly on the unemployment rate? And given the SEP projection of 4.4 basically being the peak in the cycle, would going above that
He didn't
be
laugh.
the kind of thing that would trigger another 50 basis point cut?
So we will continue to look at that broad array of labor market data, including the payroll numbers. We're not discarding those. I mean, we'll certainly look at those, but we will mentally tend to adjust them based on the QCEW adjustment, which you referred to. There isn't a bright line. It will be, the unemployment rate's very important, of course, but there isn't a single statistic or a single bright line over which that might move that would dictate one thing or another. We'll look at each meeting, we'll look at all the data on inflation, economic activity, and the labor market, and we'll make decisions about is our policy stance where it needs to be to foster over the medium term our mandate goals. So I can't say we have a bright line in mind.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. I know that you discussed earlier how the Fed does whatever the right thing is and nothing else factors in. But in general, can you talk about whether or not you believe a sitting U.S. president should have a say in Fed decisions on interest rates? Because that's something that former President Trump, who obviously appointed you, has previously suggested. And I know the Fed is designed to be independent, but why? Can you tell the public why you view that so importantly?
Sure. So countries that are democracies around the world, countries that are sort of like the United States, all have what are called independent central banks. And the reason is that people have found over time that insulating the central bank from direct control by political authorities avoids making monetary policy in a way that favors maybe people who are in office as opposed to people who are not in office. So that's the idea, is that, and I think the data are clear that countries that have independent central banks, they get lower inflation. And so we're not
really independent, though. Doesn't
we
the
do our
president
work
pick the chair?
to serve all Americans. We're not serving any politician, any political figure, any cause, any issue, nothing. It's just maximum employment and price stability on behalf of all Americans. And that's how the other central banks are set up too. It's a good institutional arrangement, which has been good for the public. And I hope and strongly believe that it will, continue.
Kyle Campbell for American Banker. Thanks for taking the questions, Chair Powell. A couple regulatory developments in the past week that I want to ask you about. First, last week, Vice Chair for Supervision, Michael Barr, outlined his views for the changes to the Basel III Endgame. I'm wondering if you are in alignment with him on what those changes should be, if those have support on the board in a broad way that you're looking for, and if you think the other agencies are also fully on board with that approach. And then yesterday, other banking regulators.
You know what? Hold the second question.
Okay, sure.
Let me we'll give you the second question. So the answer to your question is that yes, those changes were negotiated between the agencies with my support and with my involvement, with the idea that we were going to repropose the changes that Vice Chair Barr talked about, and then take comment on them. So yes, that is, that's happening with my support. That's not a final proposal, though. You understand? We're putting them out for comment. We're going to take comment and make appropriate changes. We don't have a calendar date for that. And as for the other agencies, the idea is that we're all moving together. We're not moving separately. So that I don't know exactly where that is, but the idea is that we will move as a group to put this again out for comment, and then it'll come. The comments will come back 60 days later, and we'll dive into them, and we'll try to bring this to a conclusion sometime in the first half of next year.
Right. And then yesterday there were merger reform finalizations from the other bank regulators. What does the Fed have to do to align itself on merger?
I would bounce that
what
question
is
to
this
Vice Chair
move,
Barr.
man?
It's a good question, but I don't have that today. Thanks.
Jennifer for the last question. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You said earlier that the decision today reflects with appropriate recalibration strength in the labor market that can be maintained in the context of moderate growth. Even though the policy statement says you view the risks to inflation and job growth as roughly balanced. Given what you've said, though, today, I'm curious, are you more worried about the job market and growth than inflation? Are they not roughly balanced?
No, I think, and we think they are now roughly balanced. So if you go back for a long time, the risks were on inflation. We had a historically tight labor market, historically tight. There was a severe labor shortage, so very hot labor market, and we had inflation way above target. So, that said to us, concentrate on inflation, and we did for a while, and we kept at that. The stance that we put in place 14 months ago was a stance that was focused on bringing down inflation. Part of bringing down inflation, though, is cooling off the economy and a little bit cooling off the labor market. You now have a cooler
AKA
labor
making
market in
people
part
lose their
because
jobs.
of our activities. So what that tells you is it's time to change our stance. So we did that. The sense of the change in the stance is that we're recalibrating our policy over time to a stance that will be more neutral. And today was, I think we made a good, strong start on that. I think it was the right decision, and I think it should send a signal that that we're committed to coming up with a good outcome here.
Vulnerable to a shock now that could tip it into recession?
I don't think so. I don't. As I look, well, let me look at it this way. I don't see anything in the economy right now that suggests that the likelihood of a recession, of a downturn, is elevated. Okay, I don't see that. You see growth at a solid rate. You see inflation coming down, and you see a labor market that's still at very solid levels. So I don't really see that. No, thank you.
Buy the dip. Yeah, just buy the dip. Just buy the dip.
That programming note, Fed press conference has concluded.
Trading digits like an oracle. I'm the stock jock, sipping tea with the lead cold like an ice block. I'm in tune with the market, got that Wall Street talk. Watch me multiply my figures, check the stock chart. Gold flowing through my veins like spice on the rap keys.
Calling it here, boys. Very small profit day. That's fine by me. I usually get dunked on days like this. Thank you for all the new followers. You guys are awesome. There is way too many that I can call out. We're day traders. We freaking make bank. We're the stepsister of Stocky. Whatever the hell that means. We're gonna raid Abby Lee. Not my birthday. I'm not 50. My chat is dumb in the head. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Hitting it hard, as usual. Oh. I don't know what this market's gonna do. I got a small long on Zillow I'm gonna carry over. I don't know what it's gonna do. We hit all-time highs today. There's that. Let's go make a small streamers day. Everybody say hey to them. Give them some love. They got a bit challenge going on. 500 bits for a Hawk Tua. 1,000 bits for a splash. See you tomorrow.
Stop chucking back and down, I'm here to get paid.